For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696. For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
watch on say after 12.
Yes?
I watch it. I losing my watch somewhere around. No, I think it's this year because I was getting problems with this before.
It's 12:32.
Oh yes, 12:32.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's supposed to start with it's starting with you get things so where you gonna see yesterday?
Not by down over there. She fell about 2 copies. 2 copies.
Most gracious Father, we come before you to glorify your name this morning. Father, yes, we thank you for life. We thank you for health. We thank you for strength. As we go through today, we pray that you protect us from harm and danger, incident and accident. Those on the way here, Father, we ask that you bring them safely to us. Father, as we continue throughout the day, we give more praises unto you and commit this event into your hands. Only to your Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you. Wait, you were saying that? You were saying that? Oh, you know it's great. Okay. I'm muted.
So we got to do some high jump and long jump in the meantime.
Because I really want to know they're doing long jump. Although we may not be using
High jump and long jump.
Right.
High jump and long jump. High jump and long jump. So I thought we're going to do the high jump and long jump.
Okay.
These people, when I look through the comments, people complaining, well, not complaining, they want to see some field events.
Field events, yeah. That's good.
Two of the second development league posted in 3 days. This afternoon, the first event will be a sweep of high jump to long jump. You have the boys under 17 and boys under 20 high jump, as well as the men open up high jump. And at the same time, you have the girls under 17 long jump, the girls under 20 long jump. All scheduled to start around this time. So some field events are about to take place, and we trust that you will enjoy the events today, and we wish all participating athletes and clubs to
thing always do, man. Is he live, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I saw the channel on YouTube, I subscribe, man.
Alright, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, like, subscribe to the channel and wait. Turn on notification.
Huh? Yeah. Yes. I'll be here for all the development meets, the character trials and all that.
I like this, man.
Trying to see if we can get to do more field events too.
Right.
The field events harder to do, because track easier.
Yeah,
Even
it's short, man.
right, and even not in that too, even if we shoot it, how we get it to get the distance and the jumps and things. So we have to have somebody jumping.
Oh, yeah, like when it's good to get the next shot.
Yeah. So we have to have somebody, not even just to get the angle, to get the measurements, like how the distance somebody shoot, the distance somebody jump.
So
You can't tell that from up there with the camera, so we have to have somebody down, to
really the information.
yeah. That is, you have to have a big crew to do that. You have to have a big crew to do that. And you have to have that for each field event too. Same thing with the high jump, same thing with the shot put, all of that thing is hard. So that's why I see people commenting on the chat.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Hasely Crawford Stadium for development meet number 2. It's 2024 N3A's TT Track and Field Series number 2 live at the Hasely Crawford Stadium here on Wave TV. I'm Vinny Ramphal and I'm alongside the former sprinter Javon Brown for this one. Javon would have been on with us yesterday. Flying solo.
Yes.
He's in the cockpit here today for it. Javon, welcome, and certainly you must have certainly remembered your memories of competing in events like this.
Of course, thank you. Of course, I remember. I could taste the pain. I could taste the lactic acid build up as you come down the stretch. You know, I remember everything as it was yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. And I can do so vicariously because I felt some of that pain myself.
Yeah.
Let's just give the people a good idea of what's going to happen here today.
All right.
Some of the disciplines we'll see. First of all, there's the high jump events coming up. First of all, well, it's a slightly delayed start, as you would have possibly detected already. Boys under 17, boys under 20, the men's, and the girls under 17, girls under 20 high jump, long jump correction so far. There's the discus throw. Then there's the always exciting 400-meter hurdles, and we did see a few minutes ago, Jehu Gordon, the former world champion, was around, and he is here.
Yes.
A very hands-on man he is, Jehu Gordon. He was dispensing advice more than you'd find at Super Farm at the dispenser's window. Shot put, 800 meters, javelin, 200 meters, of course, will end off the program, and in between there's some more shot put, triple jump, and javelin throwing going on. So it's chock full. We had the 100 yesterday, we had the 400s yesterday. I know as a 400 athlete yourself, you'd be looking forward to the 400-meter hurdles, something that you were not insane enough to get in.
Not insane enough to get in there. The 400 alone is a task by itself. So to put hurdles in that event, it's mind-blowing. I commend all the athletes who compete in the 400 meter.
Yeah, I always felt there was something of a masochist in whoever created that event. You're so right, it is difficult enough, but the 400-meter hurdles, the fact that Trinidad and Tobago has produced a world champion in that event,
Yes.
Always a huge achievement for a small country like this. So at the moment, though, there's a small lull. We'll send it back. We'll give you a chance to take in the views of what's happening here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. But as I always say, if you have nothing to talk about, let's talk about the weather a little bit. Certainly, it's been a huge improvement with the Sahara dust,
yes.
over the last couple of days.
Yes. You can clearly see the mountains now.
Yeah. They disappeared for a while, didn't they? Over the last couple of days. In case you're just joining us and you're not haven't been tuning in to what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago over the last week or so, the Sahara dust is what it was at its worst just about 3 days ago. Visibility reduced to 200 meters or something like that, and it was the air quality was unsatisfactory, and people who would have had problems with respiratory illnesses certainly would have been best advised to stay indoors, and I think even right now that's exactly what you should do. So for those who are running events like 400 meters, 400 meter hurdles, or doing any sort of athletic competition, if you do have that sort of ailment, I'm sure they would have taken their medicines.
Definitely.
Did you run into any athletes who would have had some asthma or anything competing?
One or two, but their career didn't last too long.
Yes, as a result. Other sports, it can happen. One would remember the former West Indies captain, Stephanie Taylor, is asthmatic, and she has performed at a high level for so many years.
Right.
Just getting a view of some of the spectators here on Wave TV, just looking around at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, and more people coming in. Today's event has started a few hours late. There was a carnival fete right adjacent to the Hasely Crawford Stadium. That was at the Gene Pierre Complex. That has that finished a little bit late, so notice was sent out earlier today to tell all athletes and competitors, administrators, broadcasters, and the like, that they should not come out until 12:30. So we are here now, and the athletes are just about getting ready. So what is going through the minds of a typical athlete at this time with the meet about to begin?
You'd have a lot of nerves, for sure. But then you have, these athletes have been preparing for some as far back as June 2023, you know, so a lot of them will be ready to execute what they have been training for. But yeah, you can't fight the nerves, man. You can't fight the nerves.
And one or two of the athletes, as you can see there, that's the discus event, just about to start. So a few of the athletes just getting ready. One just going outside of that, out of bounds, I should say. So the athlete will try to retool, and I think he's heading back to his coach. One of the officials there just retrieving the discus. Well, at these levels, you have to walk and go get it yourself. At the Olympics, however, they have this little buggy that brings it back, don't they? So we'll just take a short break. As soon as they're ready to start, we will have more for you here on Wave TV. That one, and yeah. So we're just watching the start of the girls under 17. This, of course, is the girls under 17 400-meter hurdles. This one has been combined. Delana Rouse, Zaria Pascal, and Rian Price involved in this one. And the .40 New Jazz athlete Rouse is coming round. She's on the inside, holding a slight lead. 2 more hurdles to go. Gets over the penultimate one comfortably. She has a 5-meter lead, And here she is over the last one comfortably, and she is going to take this one. The .40 New Jets, they record the first victory of the day. Delana Rouse there, and she gets there pretty comfortably in the end. So that's the first race of the day, girls under 17 400-meter hurdles. The girls, of course, operating with the hurdles that are 0.762 meters, and Delana Rouse getting the win. So Rouse, 1 minute 5.14 seconds. Pascal, 1 minute 5.03 for Pascal. And we'll give you the time.
That's 1 minute 8.
1 minute 8, correction.
Yes.
As an athlete, your eyesight's a lot better than mine.
Yes, of course. Eyes locked onto the timer.
Once it's close to the finish line. And what about Price? Rianne Price of Barbados also competing. 1 minute 6.42 is the time for her. So that's the end of the first event. And these two have been combined, those two events combined. That was girls under 17 and girls under 20 hurdles combined there. But a pretty comfortable victory for Delana Ross.
Yes, very comfortable.
So there will be another race here. I'm not seeing any athletes lined up at the moment, but it was due to be the women's 400-meter hurdles. And I haven't seen any of the athletes here, so we can only assume that they haven't turned up for this one. So after that, there'll be the boys under 17 400 meters and the girls under 17 shot put to follow. There's the times once again. Price out of Barbados, Rianne Price, competing here in Trinidad and Tobago. That's something we've often seen, athletes coming across to earn their stripes here in TNT. So some adjustments being made to the hurdles, and that would explain why there's a slightly delayed start. And this is for the junior athletes. Of course, the long jump event also going on. That's the long jump event, as you can see there. Let's tell you who's involved in that one. And the girls involved. There's the girls under 17 long jump, QRCs, Rianne Graham, your former club, of course. QRC, Relisa Greenway of Eastern Flyers, Zahara Griffith of QRC, Jada Alvarez, maximizing athletic potential, I believe it is. Shakia George of Eastern Flyers, Anthony Vincent of Concord, and the athletes competing in that one. So girls under 17 long jump. There's also the girls under 20 long jump, which is coming up in a little bit. Of course, the long jump requires some prowess in sprinting.
As we ready to start with the boys under 17 400 meters hurdles, the athletes will be combined with boys under 20 athletes. And taking part in this combined event should be Henry from Mercury, Romeo from Kaiser Panthers. Those under 17 athletes, the other 20 athletes will include Alexander from Barbados, George from Kaiser Panthers, Francis from
So getting some word that the boys under 17 400-meter event has been combined. So let's tell you how that goes. Boys under 17 hurdles, the athletes competing are DeAndre Henry, Devontae Romeo of Kaizen Panthers, Zachary Alexander, who is out of Barbados, Aman George of Kaizen Panthers, Jeremiah Francis of Dabney, and Christian King of IG Fastlane. Those are the competitors for the boys under 17 and under 20 meter hurdles, which is coming up shortly. And we've already seen the adjustments made. The hurdles for the boys under 17, of course, as you would know, 0.838 meters, and for the boys under 20, 0.914 meters, just under a meter. That is. So we'll take a short break as they get ready for that, and we'll be back with more.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
So on the track right now, the boys under 17 and under 20, 400 meters. DeAndre Henry of Mercury in the red. On the screen, well, he's not quite on the screen yet. He will be shortly, but we're still looking at the start of the high jump there. High jump just about to begin. Under 17s, so Henry in 2, Romeo in 3, Alexander of Barbados in the blue and black of Barbados in 4, George in 5, Francis 6, and King of IJ Fastlane in 7. I don't think that Francis of Davide is going to be competing today. Seeing an empty block at the moment. So just at this time, of course, the 400 certainly maybe not as important as the start, that is, in the 400 meters as it may be in the 100 and 200, but still it's critical you get it right.
It is critical. I would say the start is the most important thing of this event. Once you have a good start, you build up excellent momentum.
And very important with that first hurdle just a few meters away to get that momentum going. Of course, it's good for your confidence to just clear that first hurdle well.
The first and the last.
First and the last, that's right. Or else your first might become your last. Well, it's important, and of course the rules. We've seen many athletes, especially when they start to tire, that back leg just comes over the side of the hurdle, and that's often we see athletes being disqualified for that. So that's always something that the officials will be on the lookout for. While you've never competed in this particular event, what can you offer to our listeners and viewers about going about preparing for this one?
I would say this is a very mental event, you know. It all comes from the training, as I said before. The hurdles are a bit high, some of the athletes are a bit short. So they'll be going over a bit close. So we'll see how it goes.
So the starters in position. Very, very hot here already in Port of Spain, Trinidad. Not much cloud cover, so it's not at its most comfortable for the athletes. Let's remind you again, Henry is in 2, Romeo 3, Alexander 4, George in 5, and King in 7. Mercifully, they all have short names. Always helps the commentators. Boys under 17 and just about ready for the start. Henry in the red at the bottom of your picture. And they're on their marks at the moment. First event for the boys in the 400-meter hurdles. This, of course, is a development event. All of these athletes are competing for places in national teams, trying to get their times right for qualification. And there's the start of the boys under 17 and under 20 400-meter event. And already the man who's making up most of the ground very quickly is Romeo, the Kaizen Panthers man. It's going very well. The 3 out at the front though, that's King, George, and Alexander are starting to bunch up there. But it is the man who's really pulling away now is George, and George going well.
And they're off to the 200-meter mark. I see the athletes on the far lane are all in front, heading to the 100-meter line now.
And as they come up to the top of the straight, well, there's a clipper on the top of the hurdle for George, and King has taken over this race. He is striding out towards the last hurdle. He has this one under control. Oh, almost stumbles there and recovers well enough to go on and get the win. That could have been disastrous there for George. Eventually he wins it just ahead of King, with Alexander coming through, I believe, for 3rd. But boy, did he run out of gas there in the end.
I could imagine how nerve-wracking that could have been for him on that last hurdle. Wow.
I think he did just enough to get over legally. That looked pretty okay.
You can imagine the endurance level these athletes have to have to run this 400 meter at a high level.
George just seemed to lose his timing, his momentum, rhythm just deserted him and went back home apparently, but he just gathered himself enough to get over that hurdle. If he had just maybe an inch lower, he could have clipped that hurdle and found himself tasting a bit of the track here, which is never good at all. Knocked over the hurdle, by the way, still managed to recover. So full marks there for Aman George. And getting across there for the win. Let's look at the times. So far we have
1 minute 97 for Romeo.
Yeah, and Henry 1 minute 6.8, 1 minute 6.82 seconds for Henry. So that's the times we have so far for the that's the under 17s, of course. There were two competitors there. Under 20 hasn't quite come up yet. Romeo finishing ahead of Henry, Kaizen Panthers man. And as for the under 20, well, that one has not come up, so they'll move. They've already moved on. Consign that to the dustbin of history, and we move on to the next race. So that would be the 400s, and they're already starting to pack up the hurdles. So that's going to be the end of the hurdles for now. Still going on at the moment. We have the field events, and here's the long jump taking place, and jump coming in there. Not quite the full extension that I'm sure that the young lady would have been hoping for, but they're now measuring her jump. So I'm sure when you competed for QRC and of course for Abilene, you would have run into a few of the high jumpers. Have you got some tips from them?
Of course, I actually did long jump.
You did?
When I first started in QRC, we almost did everything.
Right.
We did discus, we did long jump, you know, and I just ended up falling in place with the 400 meters when I started with Abilene Wildcats. But that coach was Charlie Joseph, who was actually a 400 meter athlete for Trinidad and Tobago. So he is well versed in training 400 meter athletes.
Coming down the runway, not quite the full extension again, just getting onto, but let's see what the color of the flag is. Yeah, it's a fair jump, so that one will be measured. You know, the athlete walking away a little bit, looking a little bit unhappy with that jump, just stepping over to where the coach is, hearing what he has to say. That's Zahara Griffith of QRC. Yeah, she has had her jump, and the coach is having a quick word or two. I'd imagine that Jehu has a fair amount of work to do with QRC, does he?
Yeah, he does. But it's really nice to see QRC having a full-on club competing throughout the season. Back in my day, it was just QRC club training the student athletes, not actually having a club with females in the club, you know? So it's really nice to see. And yes. I wish them all the best in this events today.
That was Shakir George of Eastern Flyers. Certainly, don't think she got her rhythm was quite right there. So when she got to the board, not everything seemed a bit awry. But it is a legal jump. She was clearly behind the board. There's that plasticine strip there that once your spikes touch it, it's going to be a foul. So she didn't touch that at all. Quite a windy day, and good day for those, the umbrellas. And quite a few umbrellas out there today. Next up on the runway is Tanique Vincent of Concord. And Tanique just getting a few final bits of advice. Of course, coaches love to give you that final bit of advice at the end. Here's Tanique. That's more like it. Nice extension there from Tanique. And a legal jump. Her run-up, you can see that she takes this one very seriously. We have, of course, all of the athletes come in seriously, but this is a young lady who I think means business in this competition.
Yes, she didn't quite take off from the white of the board, but I think she could have been a bit closer to get a further jump, you know.
Long jump is one of track and field's 2 horizontal jumps. And that sprint down the runway and the jump as far as possible into the sand pit. A wooden takeoff board is what Siobhan would have been referring to. So next stop on the runway. Oh, that was a foul jump. I saw that from here. Yeah, just touching the board, and I think she felt it immediately because she just sort of pulled out of the jump halfway in. Just overcooked the run in.
A little disappointment there by the athlete.
Well, might have been a late entrant. 1262 is her number, but not on the sheets here, so that might be a late entry into the competition. It's Rhiann Graham of QRC. There she is, coming down the runway. There's some work to be done, of course, to fine-tune the abilities, but that, I think that will put her in second place. That's the second best of the jumps we've seen so far.
Second best. Looked like she got stuck in the sand there.
Yeah. Well, long jump, certainly. For Trinidad and Tobago, TNT have produced 2 athletes who have gone on to represent the country at the Olympics in the long jump. The first, of course, is Rhonda Watkins back in 2008. And then the ever-enthusiastic young lady out of St. Augustine, Kyra Gittens, competed at the 2022 Olympics. Also has the national record, Kyra Gittens, 6.96 meters. And all of these young ladies will be attempting to break that at some point. One of the young developmental athletes. Yeah. Fair jump. Yes, she's just starting out in her craft, just learning the trade.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
The long jump is an event that you really have to get those measurements right in terms of your run-up.
What's nice about the field events is that you have 3 or 4 chances to, better your last effort.
Yeah, that's right.
Whereas in track, you just run, and that's
one
it.
chance saloon. Certainly not like life, where you just get one chance. It just, it's a more forgiving form of sport.
Yes, field is that event. If you didn't get it, you get back up and you go again.
Some might say it's an even more accurate portrayal of life, where you do get some chances. As the next runner, I believe this would be Zahara Griffith.
Athlete from QRC.
The QRC jumper. Yeah, I think she improved on her jump from the last time. It's a fair jump.
It's a fair jump. A bit low. I could expect some more height to go further into the sandpit.
Yeah, it's just getting some words of advice there from the coach. Yeah, I don't think she's too happy with the jump. She's just stepping over, looking a bit disconsolate, but all part of the learning process.
Yeah. And this is where your off-season training comes in, very important, where you do your weights, your squats, your lunges, to get the strength for when it's time to compete.
Shakaya George of Eastern Flyers up next. Another one of the athletes. So
looks like the 800-meter girls on the field.
yes, it is. 800 meters, and this will be the first of the 800-meter events. Let's just give you the field quickly here. So, Tisha Russell of Cougars, Micaiah Martin of IG Fastlane in 3, Aquino Gonzalez of Davide in 4, Malaya Butler of Richard Jones Racing Team in 5, Dania Batiste of Phoenix Athletics in 6, and Azaria Ilahi of Abilene Wildcats in 7. So those are the athletes for this one. So just getting ready for, this is the first of 2 finals. These are timed events. So the athlete with the fastest time overall wins the event. Know that if you're watching these development meets for the first time, you might wonder where's the semi-final and the final. It's not like that. Yeah, timed event, of course, the fastest time overall wins it. Similar to swimming in some ways in terms of the qualifying rounds.
I have a lot of respect for athletes who run the 800 meter. Whereas the 400, you know, the 400 meters is already a task by itself. But to do it twice, a lot of endurance and speed and stamina comes into play.
Athletes on their marks. Russell, Martin, Gonzalez, Butler, Batiste, and Ilahi are the runners in this one. And there's the start. Not a very good start there from Batiste, who seemed to be caught unawares, but already going well. On the inside lane, there's the Tisha Russell of Cougars. She's going well, but in the middle of the track, the one who has really responded well to the first section of the race, that'd be Butler. Butler out in front here. But however, it is Tisha Russell of Cougars who has retaken the lead.
Yes.
Russell now taking the lead, and just behind her, it looks like, is that Butler who is trying to catch up with her? They're spread around the track fairly evenly now.
Well, this first part of the race is where you hold your momentum, because you're coming up to the last 400 meter is where you want to extend your lead.
And as they come into the turn for the first time, it is the Cougars athlete Russell who is holding the lead at this point, and she is pounding away, trying to hold on to a very slim lead that seems to be dwindling all the time. The top 3 battling away here as they come to take the bell. They're going around the track. The bell sounds, and Russell trying to hold on to the lead that she's done so well. Just about a minute 15, I think, for the first lap. Russell continues to hold on.
She seems to be pulling a lead. I can see some of the athletes are burning out. One athlete is already down.
Yeah, there's an athlete that has collapsed already just behind the hammer throw area. It looks like Butler, though, who is in second place, and you really have to give great credit here to Tisha Russell, because she has continued to hammer away, and even though she was under some pressure now, she has continued to go along well here in the 800-meter event. The middle distance races here, certainly the race has gone well here for Russell. She continues to maintain her momentum. I'm sure she's starting to feel the burn a little bit, and she's coming under a bit of pressure here from Butler, who is trying to catch up, but does she have enough in the tank here, Butler, to catch up? As Russell, her stride hasn't really been affected at all coming through, as she is going to take the flag at sea, to take the win here. Russell coming through just about 10 meters on, and her arms are pumping and across the line to take the win in just under 2:35, and it looks like this is Butler who is in second place. Third, coming across the line now, just across the line I think she's going to get in there just about 2:51 in third place. Meantime, our attention goes back to the athlete who has gone down. It seems that she's being attended to. She's still sitting on the track. She was in third place at one point.
Yes, she was.
I think that was Gonzalez who went down.
And we see athletes on the ground all the time. This is what happens with these longer events. It's a lot of endurance, a lot of stamina.
Certainly is. So there's the race completed. And we'll get you in a minute what the flash times are. Russell taking it in 2 minutes 35.03 seconds, so that's the win for Russell. But certainly impressive from Russell.
Very impressive. She kept her composure, she kept her form throughout the entire race. You can see she put in some work in her off season for sure.
So we're getting ready for the start of the next race. Let's give you the field here. Maya Phillips of Genesis in 2, Jada Jones of Cougars in 3, wearing the black of Cougars, and lane number 4 is empty, so that would have been occupied by Janiyah Tobias. She's not here. Lane 5, Kaya Hyson of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams. She is in 5 in the all blue. And there's the start of the second final of the girls under 17, and already a good start on the outside. That is LaQueen Welch of QRC going well, but catching up with her is Kaya Hyson of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams. In fact, Hyson now has a lead as they now come out of the lanes and head out to the center of the track, but the QRC athlete starting to pull back.
Is it the QRC athlete that they laid up the pack right now?
Yeah, that's LaQueen Welch.
All right, LaQueen Welch is holding strong. Her stride looks excellent. Her form is unpacked, and she comes on to the first 100 meter.
Yeah, as they come into the turn, it is LaQueen Welch that has the lead. Maya Phillips of Genesis just inside of her, and at the back of the race appears to be the athlete out of Cougars. That's Jada Jones, but Jada Jones still has a long way to go here. Now it is
I see the QRC athlete is dwindling a bit in the last lap.
Yes, so they've taken the bell, and it is Kaya Hyson of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams. She has a slight lead over the QRC athlete LaQueen Welch at the moment. So LaQueen Welch and Kaya Hyson, those two are involved in a big battle there, but it looks like, if anything, Kaya Hyson looks a little bit stronger at the moment.
Yeah, she looks very strong. Her stride is impact, and she's on the way up to the 250 meter mark, approaching the 200 meter mark. And this is where we'd expect a kick in speed to drive herself home to the finish line.
Does LaQueen Welch have anything else to offer? Can she catch up? Well, it looks like that lead is starting to increase at the moment here as Hyson gets into the turn with a lead of about 7 meters or so, and if anything, she's starting to look a bit stronger as she turns and sees the line beckoning to her. 10-meter lead at the moment here for Hyson, who's looking even stronger and stronger, progressing well, and here comes the kick, and that's going to be a nice victory here for the FAD athlete Kaya Hyson, who gets across the line in just under 2:25. I think that is almost 10 seconds better than what we saw in the last race, so she certainly will be the one who will take the title here on the girls under 17.
Excellent run, well composed. From the start of the race, she held it. She didn't take the early lead, but she did it in the last lap, which is very important.
Yeah, so there we have it, the final athlete coming across, and this will be Jada Jones of Cougars finishing off the race. And that is the end of the girls under 17 800-meter event. 2 laps around the track, and certainly one of the more difficult ones. Mercifully, none of the athletes are going down under the pressure of this one. The exertion certainly at huge effort here by all of the athletes involved in this one. And you can see the effect of it.
You sure can.
1075 and 1409.
So there will be coming up the boys under 17 800-meter run. That's coming up shortly. And there are 3 finals to take place in this one. And that will happen shortly here. But that's the end of the girls under 17. Boys under 17 800s coming up. Girls under 20 800 and the women's 800-meter run, plus the boys under 20 800. That's also coming up. There's due to be the pole vault Just one athlete involved there, so I'm not sure if that's going to come off. Always love seeing the pole vault.
Yeah.
So we're ready for the boys under 17 800 meters. This is one of three finals. Let's give you the lineups. Elijah Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats in lane 2, Armani Dillon of Burnley in 3, Kerwin Joseph of Tigers Athletics in 4, Justin Cadet of Phoenix Athletics in 5, Armani Mondi of Abilene in 6, and there we go with the start. And in 7, Aiden Alexander of Superior and Kyle Samuel of OAW. And it is the man in lane number 8, that is Kyle Samuel, that has an excellent start, but he has been overtaken as they go into the backstretch. And there is the man in white, that's the Phoenix Athletics. Justin Cadet now seems to have taken the lead as they come off the stagger.
Yeah, they break the lane, and now they're heading into lane 1 off to the 200-meter mark, and let's see how they keep their momentum throughout this event.
It is Samuel now who's taken over the lead here from Justin Cadet, and Cadet trailing in his wake at the moment, and Samuel in that all-black outfit and those wonderful orange shoes that you wouldn't have seen 20 years ago. He's out in front, and Cadet just biding his time here at the moment, but look at this run here already as he comes to take the bell. Kyle Samuel striding away. Boy, does he look in good condition.
He looks very good coming on to the last lap. He looks like he's going to hold this throughout the entire event. Excellent run here.
Cadet in second place, about 10 meters behind, but catching up on Cadet is Armani Dillon of Burnley. He is there in a bunch, which includes Armani Mondi and the man in orange, that's Kerwin Joseph. But look at the front of the race. Yeah, the cameraman is giving all sorts of problems for him.
This looked like a 40-minute lead here for...
That's Samuel.
Samuel, okay. And he's extending it. Looks like 50 meters of a lead.
Wow,
what a lead to the 100-meter mark. Striding away.
And here's Samuel coming into the final straight, and he is in absolute control of this race. And Samuel's striding away. Let's look at the time when he get there under 2 minutes, striving to get that one just under 2:02. He has finished the race and won it quite comfortably. Justin Cadet of Phoenix Athletics, well, he had a pretty good race. He's getting there for third. A big battle for third place, second place, and third place will go to Armani Dillon of Burnley. Those are the top three. Now crossing the line, here is Kerwin Joseph of Tigers Athletic, and he is crossing the line to get there in 5th place. 2 more athletes to come in. And those two are involved in a little bit of a battle themselves here, trying to get across the line. Nobody, of course, wants to end up with a wooden spoon. And I think Armani Mondi is going to end up on the wrong side of this battle here. Mondi trying to speed up. Oh, yep, a little bit of a battle there. And he eventually gets there. Aiden Alexander getting ahead of him. And Mondi ending up with a wooden spoon, as they say, the Abilene Wildcats man. So that's the end of the boys on the 17 800 meters. And that was a pretty impressive win there for Kyle Samuel.
Number 1, 1025, 1450, 977, 435, 1304,
we're getting ready for the second of the two finals here, Javon. And let's give you the the lineups. If you'd like to give the lineups for this one.
All right. Of course, in lane 2, we have Jaden Hall from Oasis Athletics. So we have in lane 4, we have Rashawn Joseph from Burnley. In lane 5, we have Jabez Hospitalis of Siparia Athletics. In lane 6, we have Mikhail Surratt from Phoenix Athletics. In lane 7, we have Joshua Sandy from the Abilene Wildcats Club. And in lane 8, Jaden Alexander from
Richard Jones racing team. So here we go for the getting ready for the start of this one.
Afternoon, looking for Christy.
So ready for the start here. Jaden Hall has now been pushed over towards lane 3. Hall had initially started, the Oasis Athletics man, it's initially started in lane number 2. So he's across there in 3 now. So Hall, Joseph, Hospitalis, Surratt, Sandy, and Alexander, your competitors in this one. There's the start of the second of the time finals, and the lengthy strides there of Jaden Hall has already taken him past the man just to his right. That's Rashawn Joseph. Rashawn Joseph showing the field at the middle, but on the outside, the outer lane, that's Jaden Alexander. He seems to be going well, and he will take the lead as they come out, breaking the lanes here, getting in on the inside. And another one of these tall, slim athletes, Jaden Alexander, looks pretty much in control of this one already, out of the Richard Jones training team. And Richard Jones, of course, his coach, Richard would have been a big part of middle distance and long distance running in TNT.
You can see Alexander, of course, on a beautiful stride, keeping his composure. He's leading the pack, taking a little look back there as he approaches the final lap.
Takes the bell, Alexander, and he has a 10-meter lap, but bunching in on the inside, just behind him. Well, we're seeing a few of the athletes competing there. One of them is the Abilene Wildcats runner Joshua Sandy, but Jaden Hall, who was dropped there a little while ago, he is still trying to battle back to get second place. Jaden Hall there. Also, there's Mikhail Surratt behind him. Surratt looking a bit uncomfortable at the moment here as he's trying to get into that third place position.
As you can see, Alexander is holding his lead as he approaches the last 200-meter mark, keeping his stride. .150 to go.
Alexander now coming into the final straight, and Alexander, the Richard Jones racing team man, what a run from him. But can he beat the time that we saw earlier, the time of 2:13:36? He's about 50 meters away. He should get in before that. A fine run continues, the crowd urging him on, and there he is, getting across the line in just under 2 minutes and 9 seconds. He is the leader right now. Coming in second place is Jaden Hall, and that is a good recovery from Mikhail Surratt of Phoenix Athletics. He looked very uncomfortable on the back
very,
straight,
very uncomfortable,
but recovered well to make.
Yes.
He got his second win.
A little bit of rock and shake as he was coming home, but excellent run nonetheless.
Well, he got more momentum out of that rock and shake like that. He got across the line in the end. But here's the final athlete, the youngster finishing up here. This is the young man from Burnley, I believe, Rashawn Joseph.
Rashawn Joseph.
Yeah, he's now heading in. And of course, for the young athletes, beating your personal best is always important.
Most important is to finish the race. No matter if you're in the back of the race, you finish the race.
So the thing about him is he got across the line, and looked very comfortable.
Yeah,
he wasn't, didn't seem to be affected in any way by it. So that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, that's really good.
So the time to beat now has been set here by the youngster Jaden Alexander. His time, 2:09. 2:02. So that's 2 minutes, 9.2 seconds. So that is the time to beat here in this last race. And so many times we see the last races where you tend to find the winner. So here's the field for the final race. Brown in 2, Marshall 3, Peters 4, Lewis 5, Williams 6, Leith in 7, and Sammy in 8. And there was the start of the final race in the boys under 17 800 meters, and a good start on the outside by Sammy, Leith, and Williams, all of them involved in a great start here. Kelson Peters of Burnley has also joined them, and as they go into that into that stretch for the first time, it is the man called Lewis who's taking lead.
Lewis has a beautiful stride there as he approaches the 200-meter line. What a beautiful stride there for Lewis. He seems like he's going to maintain this composure throughout the entire race. Let's see how he does it.
Well, he's getting some pressure here from Kelson Peters, the Burnley man, just on his trail. This is quite in contrast to all of the races we've seen so far, where one athlete has gone way ahead and maintained the lead. But this one looks like a two-horse race, but it is that man from...
I really hope he didn't burn out himself in that first lap there.
Yeah, he is looking a bit uncomfortable at the moment here, as he's starting to try to hold on to the lead. And that is Lewis here of OAW, and right on his back, waiting for him to make the mistake, is Kelson Peters of Burnley. So the Burnley man just biding his time here, hoping that he'll be able to reel Lewis back in.
Let's see if Lewis will hold this throughout the entire race. We see that he's holding his stride as he approaches the final 200-meter mark. His form seems to be intact as he approaches the 150-meter mark. Let's see if he will extend this lead and bring it home.
As they come into the final straight, and Lewis has a larger lead as he comes into the final straight, and the crowd's starting to get behind him here. Lewis striding away, but this is a good run also from the Burnley athlete. That's Peters now, hasn't been able to make a dent on the stride of Lewis. Lewis gets there just 2:03. That is brilliant stuff, and he will win the boys under 17 800-meter event. That's a fine run there by young Corday Lewis.
Excellent run. I think that's the best time we saw for the evening for this event here.
Yeah, confirmation that it is the one-a-week man, Corday Lewis, who gets the win, and he has done so ahead of Kelson Peters. But you have to admire Peters. He never really gave up.
He never did.
He wasn't able to reel him in at all, but he never gave up and held his form.
That's most important.
1-4-4-9.
So that's going to be the end of the boys under 17 800 meters. We'll have the girls under 17 800 meters right after. They come thick and fast here, don't they, in this one.
You're cooking with gas, as they say.
Jumps on it, right?
Photo finish. We have
2 minutes.
5, 8, 9, and
Williams 2:13.91. 2:13.91. That was the time for Williams. Luke Williams finishing there. Let's see. 2:03. Lewis 2:03 his time. So he's clearly the winner. So Corday Lewis of Wanawek eventually getting the win there. So that's going to be the field for the girls under 20, 800 meters. Felicia Aguilera of Tranquility, she is in 2, and she gets us going here. Just inside of her is Kaizen Panthers, Kiara Robley, Erin Hackett of Richard Jones Racing Team also involved. There's Tanika Clement of Genesis and Bridget Bellamy of Superior Athletic on the outside. And immediately, as we get into the straight for the first time, it looks like the Erin Hackett who is taken to the lead immediately.
Yes, it looks like Erin Hackett is heading straight to the 200-meter mark. She holds a stride. It looks like a beautiful stride, and she's heading down to the 150-meter mark. She looks very comfortable.
As they come into the turn for the first time, the leader at the moment here, going past us for the first time. It is Erin Hackett. We're seeing an unfamiliar number here. Just behind her is Felicia Aguilera of Tranquility. And in third place at the moment is the Kaizen Panthers athlete, Cora Robley. But this one looks like another blowout in the process here, as the athlete out in front has blown away the field for the moment, already 10 meters ahead, and looking like she's going to take this one quite comfortably. But can she hold on?
Another pull. She's holding her stride. She's holding her momentum. You can see she has the strength to take this win. She's on to the 200-meter mark.
Yeah, that lead is lengthening as they go along here. Here she comes.
It looks like an 80-meter lead there, as she heads straight down to the finish line, holding her stride.
Yeah, it's a really fine run here. She's blown away the field. That became apparent early in the first lap, and just about getting there at the moment. Looking at the time, just under 2:20, maybe just over it, and getting the win quite comfortably in the end. Who's going to take second here? It looks like Felicia Aguilera of Tranquility is going to take second, and with the Kaizen Panthers athletes, Cara Robley just behind her. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 in this one. Here is Tranquility athlete Aguilera getting across the line, and there is Robley getting across just behind her. A couple of athletes still on the field. A few have not made it the full distance here. It is that sort of day, isn't it?
And let me tell you, this event is not for the weak.
Superior Athletics, Bridget Bellamy is the last athlete out there at the moment, trying to get in, already going past the 3-minute 10-second mark. And she's getting a nice round of applause as she comes to the line. There's the Superior team sitting right in front of our commentary position, and they've seen their athlete, Bridget Bellamy, come across the line. So that will end off the girls under 20 race, and a pretty good win there for Ford.
That would be 2:20.10.
Yeah, 2:20.10 for Ford, Kaylee Ford of OAW.
And 2:41 for Robley. And let's see what we have for third.
Well, interestingly, that 2:20, that time certainly better than one we saw in the girls under 17, as you would expect, about 15 seconds better. Well, there will be no women's 800-meter run. That has been scratched out. There was just one athlete entered for that. Let's give you the field for the boys under 20 800 meters. There are 4 finals, a timed final once again. Micaiah Mahan in 2, Josiah Peters in 3, Joseph Matthew in 4, Caden Siratin in 6, Justin Peterson 7, and Shane Bisoon, the unattached runner, in 8. They've already started, and it is the man from Abilene Wildcats, Justin Peterson, that is forged to the front here, and also challenging for the lead as they go into the backstretch for the first time is Shane Bisoon. That is correction, that is Micaiah Mahan. Micaiah Mahan has taken the lead, and he is being followed here at the moment by the man from Abilene Wildcats, Justin Peterson.
Yeah. This race seems a bit more compact than the others that we've seen for the day. Everybody seems to be really close to each other, and let's see if this race continues to hold strong.
So coming into the straight for the first time, the final straight for the first time, it is the man out in front with the pink shoes, Micaiah Mahan. He has a nice little lead there from Justin Peterson. Justin Peterson looking like he's not putting in much effort. He just seems to be one of those really refined athletes. But the effort is being put in at the moment here, just ahead of him by Micaiah Mahan, the one-a-week man. Boy, is he ahead. This is his day of the week, it seems. Sunday is his day. He's now starting to lengthen the lead over the Abilene man, Peterson. Just behind Peterson is the Richard Jones Racing Club man, Caden Siratin, who's coming under some pressure there from the man behind him, Josiah Peters. But at the front there, what a run we've seen here already.
Yeah, Mahan is extending his lead as he approaches the 200-meter mark, holding his stride, holding his composure. His form seems to be intact as he approaches the 100-meter mark, and I think he's going to take it home comfortably.
Yeah. Looking that way as Micaiah Mahan, obviously named after the former South African fast bowler Micaiah Ntini, who would have visited here so many years ago. But this man has the loss of cricket has been the gain of track and field. Micaiah Mahan starting to tie up a little bit, but he's going to get across the line at just under 204, coming in for second place. I believe that's Josiah Peters of Burnley, and in third, just holding on for third, was Justin Peterson, who put in a brave effort. Here is the unattached runner, Shane Bisoon, coming through now, and we also have, I think that would be Matthew Joseph of Phoenix getting across there in the end. So, nice race already, but we've seen the seeded athletes in these events really coming to the fore in these 800-meter races.
1404, 100.
On the field, is this the final? Oh no, this is the second of the boys under 20 800-meter dash. Seems to be a packed field. Now we have lane 4. Lane 4 will not be on the field today. In lane 2, we have Shadane Williams. Lane 3, Kyle Williams from Burnley. Lane 5 is Justin Charles of ZC Athletics. Lane 6 is Josiah Abraham of Phoenix Athletics. And in lane 8, it's Isaiah Williams.
Those are the Mahan winning the last race in 2:03.88. That's the time to beat here for the athlete who would wear the gold medal around the neck at the end of this one, the boys under 20 800 meters. So let's give you that field again. Williams in 2. Williams of Burnley in 3. Charles 5, Abraham 6, and Williams in 8. A bit of a convention of Williamses in this one. 3 athletes with Williams. Wouldn't it be fun if all 3 end up in the top 3? That's going to be fun indeed. So Shaden Williams, Kyle Williams, and Isaiah Williams, and they're not related. I don't think they are. They're heading around. So here we go with the start of the second of the boys under 20 races, and already showing well here is Isaiah Williams. He's just going past the Burnley. That's correction. Shaden Williams going past the Burnley athlete. Williams, the other Williams, Kyle Williams. Now out in front in red is Justin Charles of Athletic.
Justin Charles is up to the 200-meter mark. He seems to be holding a comfortable stride, but the athletes are a bit close in this one, we'd say.
Yeah, Carl Williams just behind him, and in the orange of point 14 is Isaiah Williams, and that's the top three, the heads of state as they come up to the end, to the straight for the first time, and it is very much so, the closest of the races we've seen so far. Justin Charles just about to be overtaken here by Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams striding past. This is one of the slower of the races so far. 1:03, just about 1:03 the time, so they have to really quicken it up. It has to be a very good second lap here for if they are to unseat what we saw in the first race, where the time recorded was 2:03.88. So they're taking their time about this one. It's Kyle Williams that leads on the backstretch, and in second place is Isaiah Williams, and coming along for third, I believe that is Shaden Williams of Lions.
I would have expected a stronger first lap, but we'll see how it progresses as the athlete approaches the 200-meter, final 200-meter mark. As he comes home, he seems to be in good form and good stride as he approaches the 150-meter mark. He's pulling on, he's pulling a lead, he's gaining momentum.
Kyle Williams into the final straight, and he's strengthening up. Look at the stride starting to lengthen up, his knees coming up a little bit there, almost like he's running the 100 meters. Just takes a glance back and sees that the point 14 athlete is way behind him, just comes in at 2:08. And now coming in for second place is Isaiah Williams of Point 14 New Jets. And in third place, I believe this is, in fact, one of the Williamses that comes across. We could possibly have all three Williamses in the top three. Boy, how often does that happen?
Wow.
So definitely no one has been able to get in faster than what we saw from Makai Mahan in the last race. We'll get the times here as the last athlete just coming across. This is Justin Charles of Zenith Athletic, just treading across the line in about 2 minutes and 48 seconds. We'll give you the times in a moment here. Just two more finals in the boys on the 800-meter event. Your thoughts on the race, though? Well, one of the closer ones, but certainly you saw they eventually fell short because they really took their time about it in that first lap.
I don't think the...
And there it is, all three Williamses in the top three as we predicted. Not often you see that happening.
At all.
Williams, and Williams. Let's give you the time here. Times here for the Williams. So, well, in fact, they've decided, they haven't brought up the times here, but we can tell you that it was Burnley's Kyle Williams that got the win in just over 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
All right, on the field, we have section 3 of the boys under 800-meter dash. We have in lane 2 is Williams from Genesis. Lane 3 is Francis from Alliance Athletics. Lane 4 is Brown from Tigers Athletics. Lane 5 is Joseph. Lane 6, Augustine. Lane 7, it's Hamilton, and they are on the way.
Yeah, they certainly are on the way. It's Hamilton with the white, who has started the best of the athletes so far, and he appears to be the one as they break the lanes here. It is Hamilton that has strode out into the front, and he has the lead so far. So Hamilton out in front, and in second place, well, that looks like the man, well, it's not, I believe that's Francis. We'll confirm that for you. But in third place, it is Elijah Williams.
This is more like it. This is how you take your first 400 meter for this event. You want to keep this momentum, and that's Hamilton. On to the final lap. Let's see if he maintains this momentum, and his stride seems to be lengthening.
Yeah, Hamilton looks like he's laboring just a little bit there as he went past us, and he might be under some pressure. So it's the top two there, but Genesis athlete, Elisha Williams, has started to fall back. So it's become a two-horse race out in front with Hamilton trying to hold on. But he's under severe pressure at the moment here from the athlete just behind him. And if anything, Hamilton is starting to tire a little bit as they go towards that 200-meter mark.
A little bit of action here by the 200-meter mark. Let's see if the athlete in second will be passing Hamilton as they approach the 150-meter mark. We see a little power struggle here.
And they come into the final turn. Hamilton is under serious pressure now, and he's about to be passed here. His brave effort has come to an end. No, it's not. He's battling back. Hamilton has pulled ahead again. Boy, this is a fine run here from Hamilton. He is pulling away. He's going to take this one. Oh, what a run by Hamilton. It looked as though he was going to lose it, and he's taken it just under 2:06. That is a fine run there from Hamilton. Anderson Hamilton of Phoenix taking the win.
A little bit of motivation there from the crowd, and I think that's what brought Hamilton home.
Boy, there was a lot of from the inside also. That was really great there from Hamilton. It just seemed as they came into the straight, it looked like that was going to be curtains for his effort.
It looked like that, but he held strong. You know when you're looking, you hear the crowd and they're shouting your name, that's a lot of motivation for you as an athlete.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's a fine run there from Hamilton, but he did not get under the time set by Micaiah Mahon, who set that time in the first race. Final athlete just coming across the line. They're already setting up for the final one.
All right, we move on to the final one. We have Rivers in lane 2. We have George in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Thompson. Lane 5, we don't have an athlete on the field. In lane 6, we have Caleb John. In lane 7, it's Solandi. And in lane 8, Richards, who seems to be not on the field as well.
Yeah, Toko Tafak man, not with us today. So, Rivas in 2, George 3, Thompson 4, John 6, Solandi in 7. Just about ready for the start, just waiting for final confirmation.
Let's see if we could have someone better. The time of 2:03.80 set by Micaiah Mahon in the first heat.
The bespectacled figure there of Nelson Rivas is in 2, looking on as they get ready for the start here. Slight delay as the officials just making sure they have everything okay. Certainly it is a real challenge for the medical staff, especially when the 800 meters is going on. And there they go, they're ready for the start. And young Rivas was there timing his own race as he started off. But it's a poor start there from Rivas. Going through the middle already, we're seeing it is Thompson and John looking pretty good and strong as they go through the middle here. And as they break the lanes, it is the man with the pink shoes, that's Omari Thompson, who is forged to the second place, just behind Omari George. So the two Omaris, different spelling of course, involved in a little bit of a battle there.
Yeah, this looks like a fast race. This is the type of momentum a coach would love to see on his first 400 meter of the 800 meter dash. As they come down the back stretch, we have all the athletes showing great progress.
Omari George of Davide, he is the one who is leading as they go to the bell, and they take the bell here for the final race. Omari George of Davide having the lead. Just behind him is Omari Thompson of One a Week, and trailing right now in third place is Hakim Solandi of the IG Fast Lane. And behind him is the Point Fortin New Jets man. Caleb John has a lot to do, a big battle going on the back stretch.
It seems like it's going to be a fight for 1 and 2. As they approach the final 200 meter mark, we see an athlete of
The two Omaris, a big battle in the backstretch, and the one who's come out less bloody in that battle is Omari Thompson. He has a slightly leading Omari George into the final stretch. George is not done with him yet. He seems to be tiring up, and then Thompson starts to pour it on now, and Thompson's striding towards the line, and he looks to be the one who's going to take it quite comfortably in the end. That was a big battle. Oh, he just stumbles at the end, comes in at just under 2 minutes, falls to the track, and he has gotten there just ahead of Omari George, and just coming through to get the third place is the .14 New Jazz man, Caleb John. But that was one of the better races in the 800 meters we saw.
Of course, that one took down the mark set by Makai Mahoon of 2 minutes 3 seconds.
Here's the last man coming through, young Nelson Rivas of OAW, just coming across the line. And I think I figured it out. Nelson Rivas does run the longer distances. So you can see him timing himself, perhaps not recognizing that there is timing going on just his left there. The youngster, a little bit of inexperience, but this is what it's about. It's a developmental meet, and it does give you the opportunity to learn the little tricks of the trade. Thompson, 1 minute 57.27. He will win the event, and that is a fine run there from Omari Thompson. He is our winner in the 800 meters.
Excellent run there by Thompson.
So we're taking a look here at the long jump. That's, of course, the end of the 800-meter competition for the day. That's a pretty good jump, and a pretty warm bit of applause there for the jumper. This is the men's 400-meter race. In the field, 800-meter event, Anton Charles of Pfizer, Alex Vargas of Siparia, Tyler Francis of Abilene Wildcats, Cyril Sumner of Memphis, Jael Marshall of Dabney, Dane Lewis of UE, Tyler Austin of Appaloosa, and Nathaniel Semper of UTT were the ones entered. Only 5 showing up for this one. And out in front already, is that the... It's not the Wildcats man, is it, who's taking the front?
So that looks like Abilene Wildcats there with the lead as they approach the 100-meter mark. The pack seems really comfortable and holding their composure and momentum. And of course, we'll have one person obviously trying to burst out of that pack and take an early lead to bring it home.
Tyler Austin of Appaloosa is the man who has taken the lead over from the Abilene Wildcats runner, Tyler Francis. Francis has started to fall back now, but Tyler Austin is under some pressure here in the black and green as he goes towards the backstretch for the second time. And the man just to his right is breathing down his neck, literally and figuratively, as they battled going down the backstretch. 3 athletes involved in this one. It looks like the Abilene man, Francis, is beaten at this point. But the top 3 are not done at all. Those 3 are going to battle all the way going into the final turn.
This one is going to be unpredictable as they head to the 100-meter mark. We could see the athletes are pumping as they come home to the home stretch. Look at them coming home with great enthusiasm.
Anton Charles is battling forward here. Anton Charles has got ahead of Austin. Charles is holding on. And Charles, is just going to fall to second place. It looks like Austin did enough to get across the line to win it. Charles and Austin in a big battle. The Appaloosa man finishing in first place. Charles put in a brave effort, the Pfizer man, but getting just being beaten into second place.
Excellent run, but the times were a bit slower than that of some of the under 20.
Yes, the only one, so that it didn't matter. The time didn't matter, so they were that great. So, of course, as European racing, you'd have seen the rabbit being used for some of these 800-meter races. But that was a race that Paul Saving won. I think that was the best of the 800-meter races we saw for the day.
Action-packed.
Certainly was. And the Wave TV founder, Ian Waston, certainly enjoyed that. As I'm sure he enjoyed the Calypso Fiesta last night. His favorite Marshall Montana was on the stage at Skinner Park. Or maybe not.
What time do you think you would stamp on an 800-meter dash?
The time was the So in terms of the 800 meters, of course, Trinidad and Tobago has produced some fine athletes. The record holder for the 800 meters among the men is Sheridan Cook of Tobago. His fastest time, 1 minute 45.43 seconds, set all the way back in February 1981.
That's blistering.
That's his time. That's his date of birth, correction. Alina Brooks is the fastest. She holds a record among women in Trinidad and Tobago, 2 minutes 1.81 seconds.
Nice.
Alina is also the only athlete from TNT to have competed at the highest levels. She's, of course, the best recognized of the 800-meter athletes in TNT. Of course, in the men's side, Wilfred Tull would have raced for TNT in the 800 meters at the 1948 Olympics. TNT had to wait for 20 years before we saw another one in Benedict Cayenne, then Lennox Stewart, 1972, Horace Stewart, 1976, and then Sheridan Cook at the 2004 Olympics.
And what's your time?
I'd have to time it with a calendar. QRC jumper just go to the last one. He answered that one before. It is a tough event, and certainly we saw a lot of trills and spills during that 800 meter, and it certainly does tell you how difficult that event is. Of course, at the highest level, the most memorable of the runners in the 800 meters, perhaps the one that many people remember is David Rudisha,
yes,
who had that devil-may-care approach. He went out fastest of all, and boy, was he a fine athlete. 2 consecutive gold medals at the Olympics for David Rudisha. 2012, of course, David Rudisha would have won the medal with a world record of 1 minute, get this, 1 minute 40.91 seconds for the 800 meters.
Wow, that's blistering.
Blistering stuff. So we have the long jump still going on here at the moment. And this, I believe, is for the girls under 20. Of Memphis, the last of the athletes to jump there. Let's give you the feel for the girls under 20 long jump. Nathaniela King of Concord, Dariel Prescott of Tranquility, Kiana Hamilton of IG Fast Lane, Gloria Shelbourne of Oasis Athletic, Abigail Hayes of QRC AC, Naomi Pierce of Memphis, Sydney Charles of Tranquility, Tiara Simmons of Burnley, Kiwes Gomez, who we saw in the sprints yesterday, of IG Fast Lane, and Haley Lynch of Memphis. So we're getting ready for the next athlete in the under 20 long jump. And that was that's a foul. Yeah, clearly stepping on that, the board. It's that Dariel Prescott, I believe, who would have put in that jump. Now ready for the Burnley athlete, Tiara Simmons. Simmons at in your picture there with the dreadlocks and those wonderful green, neon green shoes. It's a time to be all white. That one, yeah, that one, she did touch the board. You could have seen that one from here. And Tiara Simmons, that one will have to be chalked off. She has another opportunity coming up. Here's Gomes of IG Fastlane, standing at the top of the track, getting ready for to do her jump. What color shoes did you compete in?
I competed in a lot of different colors, you know, green, orange. In those days,
Whatever struck your mood.
yeah. In those days, the Adidas spikes were one of the most popular spikes. They had a lot of different colors, orange with a little zip in the front, and you know. But the worst thing to be is competing on a colorful spikes and then you finish the race last.
Yeah, just don't put on the gold. Don't put on the gold at all. It's only if you're Michael Johnson or Usain Bolt and you have that kind of experience, that kind of confidence.
You gotta know you're gonna win.
Here's Gomes. Gomes just pulling out there, just lost her rhythm halfway through the run. And you could see that just before she started her run, she was still working on the initial movements in her jump.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
So the long jump continuing here. Next we have the boys under 17 discus, I think is going on at this time. Boys under 20 discus also going on at the same time.
200 meters seem to be setting up. Just looks like the girls under 17 200 meter dash. And they are off. Blistering start from the athlete in lane 2. Seems to be coming on to the 100 meter mark with a full vengeance. I didn't see the athlete in lane 6. So that was the girls under 17 200-meter dash. This was the first of 10.
Yeah, there are quite a few of them. It's a time final again, so the fastest time overall will win it. So let's pay attention here to the first, well, the fastest time in this one. Well, the athlete's name has not been given so far. Let's see who it is. Looks like is it Robley, 26.40. Lakeisha Robley, 26.40. That is the fastest time in the race. Husbands 26.51 and Richardson 26.51. Those two tied for second and third place. Yeah, I think it has gone to a photo finish because they've both been given the same time, haven't they? So we're getting ready for the second race of the girls under 17 200-meter dash. And let's give you the field for this one. There's no athlete in 2. That's Sheree Shepherd is out. Kena Abraham of Point Fortin in 3. Akili Kudre in 4. Amy Gray of Burnley in 4. Chevelle Adams of Eastern Flyers in 5. Kira Gonzalez of Davide in 6. Sinead Riley of Eastern Flyers in 7. And Keone Devonish of Phoenix is in lane 8. There is no athlete in 7 at the moment, so that's Sinead Riley appears to be out of this one. So just the 5 athletes involved in race number 2. That's section 2 of the girls under 17 200 meters. So Abraham 2, Kudre 3, Gray 4, Adams 5, Gonzalez 6, and Devonish 8. And there's the start of section 2 of the 200 meters, and what a start this is from Abraham of Point Fortin, New Jet. She is flying away around the corner, but Keone Devonish has the lead coming into the straight here. Devonish has opened up a lead of about 2 meters here, and Devonish is powering towards the line. She's just going to go past the long jump tent here at the moment, and she's going to take the win quite comfortably in the end. Devonish therefore in the first place, Kiana Abrahams in second, and coming through for third, it appears to be Kira Gonzalez of Davide. She looks like she's gotten there in third place.
Excellent run there by Devonish. Out in lane 8. Usually athletes, we don't like to run in lane 8 because you run the race by yourself. You don't have a peripheral of the other athletes. So that was an excellent run there.
Devonish, lane 8. 26.74 is the time for Devonish, so not fast enough to beat that of Lakeisha Robley, who would have set that time in the first of the events. So 26.74 for Keone Devonish, and we're moving on swiftly to section 3. Let's give it a field.
Section 3, we have no athlete in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Rayanne Graham of QRC. We have Soraya Duty of Eastern Flyers. In lane 4, we have Zahara Griffith of QRC. In lane 5, it's Ariel Thomas of Lightning Speed. In lane 6, it's Asia August of Neon Wolves. In lane 7, it's Kate Crawford, in relation to Hasely Crawford. And in lane 8, we have Ninriki Lalune.
So that's the field for section 3. So as they're getting ready for the start here, Graham in 2, Jurity 3, Griffith 4, Thomas 5, Auguste 6, Crawford 7, Lai Leung 8. Field of 7 in this one. Blazing hot sunshine here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Section 3, women's 200 meters. And there is the start, a fast start on the inside by Graham of QRC. But on the outside, Lai Leong is tearing around the track, but coming through the middle in the orange of lightning speed and showing some lightning speed here is Ariel Thomas. Ariel Thomas holds a slight lead over the QRC athlete Rian Graham. Graham is now starting to catch up. Can she get enough of a momentum here to get past Ariel Thomas? Thomas just, I think she's just on the line. Rian Graham may have done enough to get past Ariel Thomas on the line. What did you think?
It could be a photo finish. We'd have to wait and see the result of that one. That was an excellent comeback from the QRC athlete there in lane 2.
Yeah, that was a great run. For a moment, she looked for coming into the final 60 meters or so. She looked like she had maybe 200. It is Graham who takes the win. The QRC athlete doing so in 28.72 seconds.
28.73.
And
millisecond away.
yeah, it was very, very close at the end, but Graham doing well. I think she should take a lot of credit from what she was able to do to get that win. However, not fast enough to get past the time set by LaQuisha Robley in that first race. So we go now swiftly to section 4, and here is the field.
Have a packed field for this one.
Full house for this one.
And
Ace, King, Queen, Jack, and 10 in there.
In lane 1, we have Michaela Wade of Neon Wolves. We have Ayola Alfred. Seems to be
that's one a week.
One a week. In lane 3, we have Maya Maxwell of Gabby. In lane 4 is Michaela Gordon of Sapari Athletics. In lane 5, Denique Seal of Eastern Flyers. In lane 6 is Destiny Bartholomew of Point 14 New Jets. In lane 7, it is Mahal Nathaniel Modest of Simplex. And in lane 8, it is Shante Sunderland of Fast Lane.
So they're just ready for the start. They're on their marks. So section 4, Ward 1, Alfred 2, Maxwell 3, Gordon 4, Seal 5, Bartholomew 6, Nathaniel Modest 7, and Sutherland in 8. There is a start, and a really good start there for Alfred of OAW. She has already torn past the runner just inside of her. Alfred will lead coming into the straight, but she is under some pressure now as coming through is Nathaniel Modest. She is in lane number 7. Modest has now been has been overtaken here by Alfred. Alfred will get the win, and just 27 seconds or so she might be in there for a possible shot at the medal, but Alfred getting there, Alfred of OAW, and getting there to take the win quite comfortably in the end. But that was one of the closer of the races.
Yeah, definitely faster than the previous race. You see Alfred with 27.32. Second was Nathaniel with 27.81, and Wade with 28.14. That's 1, 2, 3. The girls under 17 200-meter dash. That was heat number 4.
So heat number 4 in the books. We go on to 5, and only seeing 5 athletes stepping out there at the moment. There were initially 7 listed to run. So there, obviously there is something of a change here. I'm seeing Jaisha James in lane 8. Let's see who is out of it. Certainly no athlete in lane 1. There is Kayla Alexis in lane 2. In lane 3, Sharice Severo is there from Dabity. No athlete in 4 or 5 at the moment. In 6, there is Siobhan Quintero of Neon Wolves. Renisa Greenaway from Eastern Flyers is in 7, and Jashia James of Lightning Speed on the outside. So just a field of 5 for this one.
Yeah, some action on the long jump field here. Wow. It's a far jump, but a foul jump.
Adjustments to the starting blocks of Kayla Alexis, Point Fortin New Jets. Seems to be ready now. So Alexis 2, Subaru 3, Quintero 6, Greenaway 7, and James in 8. There is the start. A pretty good start here for James on the outside, just inside of her. Greenway is trailing, as is Quintero. The one who is not looking to have had the best of starts here is Subaru, as has Alexis. But coming into the straight, it is Greenaway who is running away with this one from James. James struggling to keep up. Greenaway is increasing her tempo and gets towards the line, just slowing up towards the end to win ahead of James, with Subaru coming in to take third. The Dabberly athlete followed to the line here by Kayla Alexis of Point Fortin New Jets. Alexis certainly looked the most nervous of the starters, but that was a pretty good run by Greenaway. Is it going to be fast enough, though, to get past that time of 26.40? Don't feel it is.
This looks like a bit of one of these slower races. We have Burkett with 28.95, Archie with 29.81.
So just looking out at the flash times here, and there was a little bit of a change here. It appears that Butetti, the name has come up, so it looks like they have amalgamated race. That was an amalgamation of race 5 and 6. Unfortunately, we did not get that particular correction.
So, section 7, the athletes on the line. In this one we should see Scipio from Safari Athletics, 2 Alexander in 3 from the Wolves, Burton in 4 from Map, in 5 we should have George from Eastern Flyers, in 7 we should have Clement Osgood from Eastern Flyers, and Phoenix athlete Tidor, she is in 8.
Mainly they're for light sports. Section 7 of the women's 200-meter finals coming up. And there should be, well, let's look at the field here. Chase in 2, Welsh 3, Scipio in 2, Alexis 3, Burton 4, George 5, David 6, Clement 7, and Theodore 8. And here goes the start in section 8, and this is a pretty good start here from Pope, getting quickly to the frontier as they take the turn, and it is Pope that is running very well here. The Concord athlete has taken the lead, but she is surpassed here on the outside, and it looks like the athlete coming towards the line out of the lane 7.
Lane 8.
Lane 8, in fact, is Theodore, Naomi Theodore of Phoenix Athletic.
Well, let's see the times that was posted for this one. So that's Theodore with 27.45, followed by Alexander with 28.75, and 29.50 for the athlete coming in third.
So that was section 8. Let's move swiftly on to section 9. And this one, section 9, Dixon, Killis Dixon in 1, Jael Archibald in 2, Tishwana Pope in 3, Zeta Charles in 4, Danae Batiste in 5, Kimora Young in 6, Lee Archibald 7, and Jadel Joseph in 8.
We have a full field today.
There's no athlete in 1.
So that would be the athlete from Eastern Flyers.
Eastern Flyers
Yes,
athlete
Killis Dixon.
Killis Dixon looks to be out.
So many heats for the 200-meter miles, which means that it's one of the most popular events in track and field.
Yeah, it certainly is a very, very popular event, 200 meters, that has produced athletes of quality to go to the Olympics. Laura Pear was the first woman to compete at the Olympics for TNT back in 1972, and she did compete in the 200. Angela Williams followed her in 1984 and 88. Seymour Hackett the next in 2012, and Kai Selvon also competed there. So a huge gap between competitors in the 200s, not a consistent conveyor belt of athletes competing in the 200 among the women, at least.
Yeah. And don't forget Michelle Yahi. Don't forget Michelle
Yahi, of course. She, former 200 champion. Of course, she's focusing on the 100 now.
Yes.
So 7 athletes in section 9. Killis Dixon is out. So Archibald in 2, Pope 3, Charles 4, Batiste 5, Young 6, Archibald, that's Leah Archibald this time, in 7, and Jadel Joseph in 8. 2 Archibalds, at least to my knowledge, are unrelated. One, actually, they could very well be sisters, because one is born in 2010, that's Leah Archibald, and one in 2008, both unattached. Slight delay here, somewhere in the distance. Some soca goes pumping up. Perhaps the athletes can take some inspiration from that. We did have a delayed start today as a result of a fete in the facility close by here.
All right.
Yeah,
The runners take their mark.
And they're on their marks at the moment here, so just doing those final preparations before they get into their stride. There's the start of section 9. Already a pretty good start in the middle of your picture there. That's Batiste getting out to an excellent start. And coming through the middle lanes, that is Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. She is taken to the front. She is followed to the line by Pope, but Charles has the lead here. And look at the form of Charles as she gets to the line and has enough time to slow up to get the win. Just ahead of Pope. Archibald, it looks like Jael Archibald coming in to take third place. But comfortable win for the Point Fortin New Jets athlete Zeta Charles. Will her time be faster than that 26.40 we saw earlier though?
I believe so. Just a bit slow. So that's Charles with 26.58, Pope with 27.13, and Archibald with 27.49. Excellent run there by Charles to take the win.
And there's some potential there, certainly a lot of potential here in the skills and the 17 200-meter field. Well, here's the last chance for the athletes to get ahead and take the win. And I'm seeing 7 athletes out there, and there were 7 listed to start. So here we are. Chelsea Joseph of Point Fortin New Jets in 2, Nyla Isles of ZC Athletic in 3, Anikwa Bailey of OAW in 4, Kiana Daniel of Burnley in 5, Tanika Vincent of Concord in 6, Milana Patrick of Cougars in 7, and Zadie Pascal of Davide in 8. Most recognizable name there would of course be Anikwa Bailey, who has really made a name for herself in the middle distance and longer distance running here in Trinidad and Tobago. Has done quite well in the 5K races in road racing.
Let's see how they perform in this final heat of the girls under 17 200-meter dash. And that will take us on to the girls under 20 shot put, and of course the boys under 17 200-meter dash.
Some final stretching there for Nyla Isles of ZC Athletic. And of the Point Fortin New Jets athlete in the last race, won it comfortably, Zeta Charles, and Chelsea Joseph will be hoping to emulate her from lane number 2. Anikwa Bailey in lane 4 in the black is the one to watch here. Bailey doesn't have a great start on the outside, but it is Milana Patrick of Cougars that is racing away in the green of Cougars. Boy, does she put a claws into this one. Just inside of Patrick is Tanique Vincent of Concord. Bailey is beaten at this point, but the Concord athlete is coming true, and that is Tanique Vincent, who has run already for the day. She's won races, and she adds another title here. That is Tanique Vincent showing her class. She was involved in the long jump earlier. We saw her in the long jump previously, and now stamping her authority and class on the under 17s. But is her time going to be fast enough to take this one?
Yeah, that's what you call a well-rounded athlete there.
And it is Vincent, 26.35. And that is just under the time set in the first game. So Tanique Vincent, unofficially, seems to have the lowest time among all of the times so far.
5.7 for Patrick and 26.80 for third.
Bailey coming in at 27.32. Now, I doubt this means that she's going to be competing in the sprints, but it is all part of her development as an athlete. She's quite good in the middle distance.
That's exactly what these meets are, developmental meets, to see where the athletes are after their long off-season training in 2023.
So in terms of the competition, there's a bit of a delay. The boys under 17 was due to start at 1:50 p.m., but as you know, there is a bit of a delay in terms of the start of today's events. So we'll take a short break as the action continues here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. girls under 20 long jump continuing. Getting the crowd into it, and that's a fine jump. Fair jump also there, girls under 20. And the field includes Nathaniel King of Concord, Daryl Prescott of Tranquility, Kiana Hamilton of IG Fastlane, Jariah Shelbourne of Oasis Athletic, Abigail Hayes of QRCAC, Naomi Pierce of Memphis, Sydney Charles of Tranquility, Tiara Simmons of Burnley, Kiwes Gomes of IG Fastlane, and Haley Lynch of Memphis are the competitors in the girls under 20 long jump. We saw the girls under 17 long jump earlier today. Men's high jump, boys under 20 high jump, and the boys under 17 high jump also took place earlier today. So a slight delayed, slight break here. We've also seen action in the 800 meters and the 200, and it looks like they're setting up now for the boys 200 meter events, which are just about ready to get underway here. So the boys under 17 200 meter dash just about to start. Long jump continues. QRC athlete coming through there. Let's take a look at the field for the first event of the boys under 17 200 meters. Dylan Mohammed of Mountain Eagles in 1, Kamari Diaz of Simplex in 2, Jonas Guyton of Cougars in 3, Jassy Joseph of Sapari Athletic in 4, Matheson Jones of Phoenix Athletic in 5, Gideon Hope of Faizabad in 6, Travis Lazari, the unattached athlete, in 7, and Kamani Panton of Phoenix Athletic in 8. So once again, boys on the 17 200 meters about to begin. Mohammedan 1, Diaz 2, Guyton 3, Hope 6, Lazari 7, and Pantin 8. Final stretches at the blocks. Action in the long jump continuing as you're looking at the moment. Girls under 20 long jump. Well, you asked for it, more field events, and we certainly are supplying a few more of the field events in between the athletes and their progression in the 800 meters. And certainly, I'm sure you've been impressed with some of the talent you've seen on display here today at the N3A's TT Track and Field Development Meet number 2, Hasely Crawford Stadium, the weekend before Carnival here in Trinidad. And there's the start of the first event of the boys 200, and they've been called back. Yep, was a false start here, so the starter has sounded the alarm for the second time. So it'll bring back Mrs. Mohammed, Diaz, Guyton, Hope, Lazari, and Panton back. So the officials just conferring here. There was a bit of a, someone got off to a much faster start than was expected. Boys under 17 finals, timed finals of course. There are 9 of them in all. And the fastest time overall takes the win. This is a developmental meet put on by the National Association of Athletics Administrations of Trinidad and Tobago. Second in the series. The first one was held on the 7th of January and was covered here on Wave TV. Right here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. We're in the midst of the carnival season. That's not of any concern to the athletes at the moment. They are on their blocks. Mohammed in 1, Diaz 2, Guyton 3, Hope 6, Lazari 7, and Panton 8. And there is the start of the race, and a good start there for the Giddens Hope of Fyzabad, but he has been passed now by Cougars. Jonas Guyton. Guyton now is into the turn, and he's out in front at the moment. Guyton ahead of Mohammed. Battling back now is the man in green, Hope, but no doubt about the winner. It's Guyton who gets there comfortably in the end, ahead of Mohammed, with Diaz coming through to take 3rd place. So that's the first event in the boys under 17 200-meter dash. And a good win there for Jonas Guyton, the man who many would have expected to go on to win this one. Has taken it quite comfortably in the end, was actually slowing up, and he sets a time of 23.77. 23.77, the win for Guyton. Mohammed 24.93 in the men's 200-meter race. Let's give you the times for the top 3 in the first section of the boys under 17 200 meters. Guyton 23.77, Mohammed 24.93, and Diaz 25.04. Second event will be starting shortly. Here's the field for Section 2. Darius Martin of Phoenix in 2. Javon Grant of Memphis in 3. Simeon Ramden of Phoenix Athletic in 4. Justin Morris of Lightning Speed in 5. Rodney Edwards of Memphis in 6. Joseph Pope of Concord in 7. And Costin Thomas of Simplex in 8. Section 3 of the boys under 17 finals, Marisho getting the win in 23.15. That's the fastest time so far. Josiah Marisho of Burnley getting a very comfortable win there in the end and taking that one very well. So Marisho, 23.15, that is the time to beat so far. Previously it was 23.77 set by the Cougars runner Jonas Guyton. We're on to Section 4 of the boys under 17 finals. Caetano. We're now in Section 3, correction. There's been a bit of a change in the lineup. Caetano Fox of Burnley in 1. Shy Street Charles of IG Fastlane in 2. Eliel Brown of QRC in 3. Jaden Goodrich of Burnley in 4. Damani Yearwood of Barbados in 5. Jaleel Eugene of Concord in 6. Elijah Gibson of Mountain Eagles in 7. And Malachi Albert of Genesis in lane number 8. So Section 3, Fox in 1, Charles 2, Brown 3, Yearwood 5, Eugene 6, Gibson in 7. That is the field for Section 3, boys on the 17 200-meter dash. Timed finals here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Athletes from Burnley. There's also Damani Yearwood of Barbados. Always a popular name in Barbados, Yearwood. There they go. Good start there by Gibson. Really rose to the occasion well, but he has been challenged by Damani Yearwood out of Barbados. And those two are coming through very, very quickly indeed as they try to get to the line. Yearwood with the Concord man, Eugene, just on the outside of him. And it's Eugene that has won the battle, and he will get to the line first. Can he get the fastest time? I think he's just gotten in under the 23-second mark. That's a good time there set by Jaleel Eugene of Concord, and getting to the line just ahead of Damani Yearwood of Barbados, who held the lead for a fair amount of time in the first bit of the race. So it'll be interesting to see the time. Remember, the fastest time so far is 23.15, and Eugene 23.11, just shaving past. So Eugene has the fastest time now overall. Jaleel Eugene of Concord Athletic. Let's take a look at what's happening in Section 4. No athlete in 1. I'm seeing Tariq Nelson of Phoenix Athletic in 2. Don't think we will see Malachi Fernandez. Don't think getting any sight of Malachi Fernandez of Memphis Pioneers. Don't think he is competing today. Certainly Dario Tavernier of Burnley is in the field. He's adjusting his blocks at the moment. Just beside him is Jabez Spring of QRC Athletic Club, just settling into his blocks. Just ahead of Jabez is Kyle Allen of Neon Wolves. And another QRC athlete, Deshaun Trudge, is the other athlete in the field. Josiah Trudge of Tranquility, or True Edge, to be correct. He is not competing today. So Nelson 2, Tavernier 4, Spring 5, Allen 6, Trudge 7. There is the start of section 4 and an even start in all 5, but the man from Burnley is looking to take control of the race from the middle. It is Allen, though, of Neon Wolves who's challenging him for the lead, but Burnley's Dario Tavernier has opened up a significant lead as they get towards the line. And look at the youngster go, great form as he gets to the line in just over 23 seconds, not fast enough to beat the time set already, I believe, but still a very good win here for Dario Tavernier, certainly one of the younger athletes in the field, and he has produced a pretty good time here, something that I'm sure that his coach will be pretty happy with. So Dario Tavernier, 24.23. Good run, but certainly not fast enough to threaten what we saw from Jaleel Eugene of Concord Athletic Club in the earlier round, just before this one. We'll go to section 5 in a moment, and you will hear and see a couple of familiar names here. This is the smallest of the fields that we've had so far in the competition, just 4 athletes. Looks like Josiah Fox is not going to be running today. That's the Fulfilling Athletic Dreams runner. Jarian Alexander, Point Fortin New Jets, is also not in the field. However, his teammate, Khalil David, is in the field. He's in lane 4. So Khalil just looking for the other athletes to settle into their lanes. Daquan Park was supposed to be in 5, Larry Drayton in 6, Jeremiah McKnight in 7, and Isaiah Francis of Simplex in 8. So no Daquan Park of Dabity Progressive. He is not competing today. So David in 4, Drayton in 6, McKnight in 7, Francis in 8. Just 4, smallest of the fields we've had so far in the boys under 17 200-meter dash finals. Good start here. The Point Fortin New Jets athlete David Khalil is dropping back, but this is Larry Drayton picking it up in lane number 6, but he has some work to do as he tries to catch up with Isaiah Francis. Isaiah Francis holds the lead going into the last 50 meters, coming under some challenge here, but Francis looking pretty comfortably as he strides across the line in just under 24 seconds. And that was a fine performance there by Isaiah Francis of Simplex Athletic Club. Just took a little glance across to his left and realized that he had it under control and just cooled down the Jets to get across the line. 24.30 his time, and not the fastest today, but I think it's all about getting that first race in for the season for Isaiah Francis of Simplex. So let's go to section 6 now, where there is no athlete in 1. But we do have Ward, Micaiah Ward of Neon Wolves in 2, Daniel Jones of Simplex in 3, Axel Johnson of Point Fortin New Jets in 4, Emily Jones of Faisabad Athletic Stars in 5, Jesus Kwashi of Simplex in 6, Kareem Charles of Superior Athletic Club in 7, and away on the outside is Kyrick Saunders of Simplex in 8. So section 6, Ward in 2, Jones 3, Johnson 4, Jones 5, Quashie 6, Charles 7, Saunders 8. There is the start, and they get underway. Even start here. The only one lagging back is Ward on the inside, but it's the Point Fortin New Jets, Axel Johnson, that starts to make a move on the middle. Just inside of him, Daniel Jones also making a move. Jones holds the lead as they come into the final 50 meters, but it is the Point Fortin New Jets man, Johnson, that forges ahead and takes the win by 2 meters. So he takes the win, Johnson, and it looks like Ward, who stepped in to take second place just inside. Not a bad time at all, but will it be fast enough to get past Jaleel Eugene's time of 23.11? It is not. Johnson wins it in 23.96. So the top three, Johnson 23.96, Ward 24.31, and Jones finishing in third place. They're just checking for his time at the moment. It was close for third and fourth, and in fact it is Charles that wins third place, 24.32, but the Johnson 23.96, the fastest time in section 6. 2 more races to go here in the boys under 17 200-meter dash, and several athletes are dropping out there. Many of these athletes are competing in various events, so injuries and have started to take effect at some point. So here's the field for section 7. James in 2, Smith 3, Jones in 4, John in 6, Semper 7, and Riley 8. We've had a couple of athletes here from the Abilene Wildcats in the field. They are in lanes 3 and 8. They've produced some fine sprinters over the years. There is the start, and Burnley is off to a fine start with Isaiah John. Isaiah John is challenging for the lead with the Point Fortin New Jets, Josiah Semper just on the outside of them. Those two continue to lead here. It's Burnley ahead of Point Fortin, John ahead of Semper. John is under some threat here because there is the Abilene Wildcats man, Aikido Smith, on the run and just at the line. Aikido Smith challenged there by a surging Josiah Semper. Isaiah John, in fact, was the man coming through, but which one of them took it, we'll have to go to the photo finish to decide that. It was a very, very close thing indeed between Burnley's Isaiah John and Abilene Wildcats' Aikido Smith. And it is Smith that takes it in 23.90. But really have to admire the fight back there by Isaiah John. He'd been passed just around that 60-meter mark, but fought back gallantly at almost maybe a couple of meters. He might have had enough in the gas tank to take it. Last race coming up in the boys under 17 200 meters. Let's give you the field immediately here. Jeremiah Nanton of Davide Progressive in 2, Cameron Powell of Phoenix in 3, Omari Brown of Neon Wolves in 4, Makile Nathaniel of Simplex in 5, Aaron Dowridge of Stallion in 6, Cordell Lewis of One Week in 7, and Kyle Manswell of Simplex in 8. Nanton in 2, Powell 3, Brown 4, Nathaniel 5, Lewis 7, and Manswell 8 here. Last race, boys under 17, 200-meter dash. And there is the start. They've been called back. Someone has obviously left the lane a bit faster than he should. Somebody's been naughty here. The officials are going to discuss who it is. Well, a yellow card has been handed to Cameron Powell of the Phoenix Athletics team. He's gotten a yellow card for a false start here, so he is on the edge at the moment. Let's hope he can overcome that for his sake and still produce a fine start here. So Nanton 2, Powell on a yellow card in 3, Brown 4, Nathaniel 5, Lewis 7, and Manswell 8. There is the start. Fair start this time, and Manswell has gone firing out of the blocks here. Corder Lewis is trying to follow him as well as Nathaniel on lane 5. Brown is out of it at the moment, as is Nanton, but coming through the center is Omari Brown. He has surged back into contention here. The Neon Wolves man, Omari Brown, relaxing as he gets to the line and gets under the 23-second barrier. Brown gets there ahead of everyone and has set up a fine start time here. Will it be fast enough though? Brown gets there, yes he does, under the 23-second mark, 22.96. So that is, he's the only man so far. Let's add Powell to that list. No, Powell 23.54, Manswell 23.60, but Brown is the only athlete under 17 here today to dip under the 23-second mark. Congratulations to him. Omari Brown of Neon Wolves has gone to the top of the class in the boys under 17 today. Congratulations to him on a really fine run indeed. That's going to end off the boys under 17 200-meter dash. We'll go across now to the girls under 17 200-meter dash finals, and we're looking at 6 sections here in all. 6 sections in all. Let's give you the field for the girls under 20. Section 1, Natalia Joseph of Stallions Athletic Club in 2, Naomi Bartholomew of Concord Athletic in 4, Camilla Swan of Burnley Athletic Club in 5, Kiana Hamilton of IG Fastlane in 6, and we do have the Barbadian athlete, Rianne Price. Saw her earlier in the hundreds. She is competing in the 800s, correction. She is competing in the 200-meter dash here today. Rianne Price out of Barbados. Price is all out there in 7. So the 5 athletes entered for this one have showed up here, and Natalia Joseph in 2 is looking lonely by herself there. There are blank lanes on either side of her. So they're on their marks at the moment. Joseph 2, Bartholomew 4, Swan 5, Hamilton 6, and Price 7. The Barbadian on the outside would want to be heading home with a fine run under her belt. Rianne Price. And there we go, the start of the race. Very even here, but Kiana Hamilton of IG Fastlane has started well, and she's already caught up with the heels of Rianne Price and is trying to get past her at the moment. The Burnley athlete, Camilla Swando, challenging through the middle, but it is Rianne Price, the Barbadian, that has taken the lead here. She's ahead of the Burnley athlete, and the challenge of Natalia Joseph is starting to fade, and it will be Rianne Price that takes the win. The Barbadian perhaps ending off her campaign with the best possible way with a win here in the Section 1 of the girls under 20 200-meter event. And Price's time, 27:05. So here are the top three. Price, 27:05. She got the win quite competently in the end. Good win for her. Second place, Swan, 27.33, and Joseph coming into 27.38. Let's head across to Section 2, and here's the field for Section 2. Letitia Campbell is in lane 2. She runs for Concord Athletic. In 3, Jania Skinner, the unattached runner. Keisha Cooper of Lions Athletic Club in 4. Tahila Lewis of Genesis Athletic Club. She is in 5. Brandy Roberts of Point 14 New Jets in 6. And Akeisha Roberts of Concord. She is due to run in lane number 7. So Campbell 2, Skinner 3, Cooper 4, Lewis 5, Roberts 7. That's the field for Section 2, girls under 20 200-meter dash. Jacobs fidgety at the line and has been asked to step up. Yeah, she just seemed to just lose her concentration, and the official just in front of her signaling to the starter that they're not quite ready. Athletes ordered to stand up. Jacobs is ready now. Big jump put in there by Lewis. Just to flex those tense muscles. Keisha Cooper in those orange shoes of hers. She gets a slow start in the middle, and on the outside, Keisha Roberts has started well, but Tahila Lewis is starting to track her down and has now gone surging past her. Tahila Lewis, what a run from her. And getting into the final straight, the big challenge coming from Tahila Lewis is from Letitia Campbell of Concord. The Concord athlete is trying to catch up, has some work to do, but I don't think she's going to catch her today. And there is Tahila Lewis of Genesis getting to the line first, just ahead of Letitia Campbell of Concord. Those two lead the rest of the pack in to the line. Campbell, second, 27.49, not fast enough to get the win overall, or at least the top spot overall, but 27.49, fair effort there by Lewis, and she will get there in first place in Section 2. So we'll go across to immediately to Section 3. Tishana Jones of Tranquility in 2, Carice Cialto of Davide Progressive in 3, Maisha Tobias of Burnley in 4, Davian Armstrong Williams of Abilene in 5, Nikisha Phillip of Point Fortin in 6. In 7, Joria Shelbourne of Oasis, and Maya Shepherd of Phoenix in 8. So here we go with the start of section 3. Jones is out, so Cielto in 3, Tobias in 4, Armstrong Williams in 5, Phillip in 6, Shelbourne in 7, and Shepherd in 8. And there's the start. Oh, that's a poor start there for Shelbourne, who seemed to be caught unawares, and she is absolutely past. But Maya Shepherd of Phoenix Athletic, boy, she on to a good start here. But the Abilene Wildcats runner Davian Armstrong Williams starting to challenge through the middle. And on the outside, the Deputy Progressive athlete, Carice Cielto, is putting in a fine effort. But the strides of Maya Shepherd lengthen as they get to the line, and she crosses, slowing down to win the race quite comfortably in the end. Fastest time is 27.05. Maybe if she had quickened up or kept with her pace at the end, might have been able to beat it, but Maya Shepherd has taken the win, and in fact, in spite of slowing down, she still has managed to win and post the fastest time today. So congratulations to Maya Shepherd. She has edged just ahead of the Barbadian Rianne Price, who had the fastest time previously of 27.05. Maya Shepherd could have actually dipped under 27 seconds there had she continued with her momentum in section 3. Let's go to section 4, where we have Sinobi Marshall of Davide Progressive. She is in lane number 2. Right next to her in the white of Phoenix Athletic is Janelle Bartholomew. Due to race in 4 is Lorianne Cruikshank of Siparia Athletic Club. Sydney Charles of Tranquility is in 5. Mariah Second of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams is in 6. Amia Mondi of Abilene Wildcats in 7. And Abigail Hayes of QRC was due to race in 8. She is out of the race for today. Also out is Mariah Second. And Cruikshank is also out. So Marshall in 2, Bartholomew 3, Charles 5, and Mondi 7. There they go with the start. It's a very, very slow start on the inside, but not a bad start at all here for Mondi, who has immediately been passed here by Sydney Charles of the Tranquility Government Secondary School. And it is the Tranquility student Charles who has taken absolute control of this race, and she is just powering through with the 2 buns on the side of her head here tied up. And boy, does she look a picture as she strides across the line. And well, she posts a time of just over 27 seconds here. Is it fast enough here from Sydney Charles to take the fastest time? I don't think so. Looks like she was just maybe slowing up. In fact, she stopped running maybe about 10 meters after the line. And Charles takes it in 27.73. So fastest time there for Charles. Mondi 30.51, and Bartholomew finishing in 3rd place. Let's go across immediately to the section 5 race. Kanisha Batiste of Burnley is in lane number 2. Symphony Patrick, there's a familiar name, and she is one of the upcoming stars of local running. Symphony Patrick in Concord in 3. Michaela Scott of Lions in 4. Sarah Pereira of St. Augustine in 5. Khadija Pickering of Abilene Wildcats in 6. Mountain Eagles' Kiera Balchan in 7, and Amaya Ferreira of Lions Athletic Club, she is in 8. So as the boys' long jump continues, outside of your picture, we're on to section 5 of the girls under 20 200-meter dash. Batistan 2, Patrick 3, Scott 4, Pereira 5, Pickering 6, Balchan 7, and Ferreira in 8. Excellent start here for Pickering of the Abilene Wildcats. Boy, that is an exceptional start. She has absolutely taken control of this race. The biggest challenge coming for her here is Michaela Scott of the Lions Athletic Club. And Michaela Scott has almost caught up shoulder to shoulder with her. And Scott is coming along here in a big way, but the Abilene Wildcats athlete fighting back. They're going head to head. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. And Pickering and Scott were neck and neck there going into the line. Boy, that was too close for the human eye. We'll have to go to the photo finish to decide which of those two got the win. But that is an exceptional race there. Pickering had a wonderful start. Scott really caught up with her, but there was a little bit in the tank there for Pickering to fight back, and it is the fastest time we're seeing here is Symphony Patrick. Patrick gets the win in 24.66. 24.66. Wow. Well, that is the fastest time so far. Really the fastest race so far. Patrick 24.66, Pickering 24.68, and those are the top two finishers. So we do have the fastest time of all so far. Symphony Patrick, mentioned her at the start, the Concord Athletic Club athlete. She got to the line in 24.66 to take the win. Well, let's go to the next race, which they're already set up for. And I'm not seeing Janae DeGans of Concord involved in this one. Her lane is empty at the moment. Sierra Joseph of Simplex in 3. Andrea Legare of Phoenix in 4. Kezia Peters of Simplex in 5, Destiny Thomas of Point Fortin in 6, Adelia Blades of Abilene in 7, and there is one other runner which is involved in this race, and that's Khadija Lee of Genesis. So here we are, the start of the final race of the girls under 20 200-meter dash. Joseph in 3, Legare 4, Peters 5, Thomas 6, Blade 7, and Lee in 8. There's the start. The time to beat is 24.66. They'll have to be very fast here. And coming through the middle already in the white and pink of Phoenix, Andrea Legare looking good here, but just on the outside of her is the Simplex athlete, Kezia Peters. It is Kezia Peters in a big battle with Sierra Joseph. The two Simplex athletes are battling it out in the middle, but it is going to be Kezia Peters to get the win just ahead of her teammate, Sierra Joseph. But was it fast enough? I got the feeling that it wasn't fast enough to get under that 25-second mark. And we'll see in a moment here from the flash time. It was 24.40 for Peters. Not fast enough to get under the time set by Symphony Patrick, but certainly that was a fine run there by Kezia Peters in a big battle with her teammate Sierra Joseph, and those two getting the best out of each other in that race. The final one of the girls under 20. Let's give you the times once again. Janae DeGans not starting, and well, that's going to be the end of the girls under 20. We're going to switch over quickly and immediately here to the women's 200-meter dash. This one looks like a full house here. Looks like we do have a full house. Faith Sylvan of St. Augustine in the blue of St. Augustine. She is in lane number 1. Hannah Reed of Phoenix. She's in the white and red of Phoenix. Outside of her is Fantasia Alert of Point Fortin New Jets in the orange. Angel Cumberbatch of Stallions, just doing a practice run in the blue of Stallions. Nicolette Osborne of the St. Augustine Academy. She is in lane number 5. Lane number 6 is Rochelle Rawlins of Concord Athletic. In 7, Shonell Williams of St. Augustine Academy, and Jelana Sylvester of Fyzabad Athletic Stars. She is in lane number 8. So 3 athletes from the St. Augustine Academy involved in this one. They are in lanes 1, 5, and 7. 1 athlete from Fyzabad Athletic Stars. So several of the smaller clubs in Trinidad and Tobago getting their chance to do some development work here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, the prime stadium for athletics in Trinidad and Tobago. So Sylvan in 1, Reed in 2, Alert 3, Cumberbatch 4, Osborne 5, Rawlins 6, Williams 7, and Sylvester 8. Full house for the women's 200-meter final dash. Well, the athletes were asked to stand up there because one of them had absolutely belted out of the starting blocks without the gun going. That looked like, was that Hannah Reed? Yes, I think it is Hannah Reed of Phoenix Athletics. She just raced out there without the start. This might be, is this going to be a yellow card again? Someone in the boys' races. Yes, it is going to be city official stepping over to Hannah Reed. And she has handed Hannah Reed the yellow card. So Reed just having a quick word of confirmation with the official and steps back, just rounds her block. Just taking a couple of moments there to get herself back in readiness, Hannah Reed. So once again, Sylvan 1, Reed 2, Alert 3, Cumberbatch 4, Osborne 5, Rollins 6, Williams 7, and Sylvester 8. Superb start here by Reed on the yellow card. She is blazing up the turn, and she has run the turn superbly here. The only one inside of her to really put on a challenge was Rochelle Rawlins, but Hannah Reed has absolutely blitzed this field here. Reed looking on course here to break the fastest time in the race. Can she do so? Just under 25 seconds. Reed gets the win, and the blue of the Stallions Athletic Club, that's Angel Cumberbatch, coming through for second place. But Reed, no doubt about that. Yes, she was on the yellow card, showing great presence of mind there, great concentration, Hannah Reed, to get the win. And she did so in 24.51 seconds. Good run there from Hannah Reed. Just for comparison, in case you want to know what's the fastest time in the 200, the record time for 200 meters with women in Trinidad and Tobago, that belongs to Michelle Lee Ahi, 22.25. That is her fastest time. Michelle Lee Ahi owns the top 5 fastest times in Trinidad and Tobago history in the 200-meter event. Michelle Lee Ahi, 22.25, 22.33, 22.30, and she's run 22.50 twice in her career, once here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium and once Estadio Olímpico in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. That's during the Olympic final, Michelle Lee Ahi. So that's the end of the women's 200 meters. So the race is coming here thick and fast at the moment. In the meantime, the long jump continues. There will be some more track events coming up later on. In the meantime, the javelin still going on. We also have the long jump still going on here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Here we go, at the start of the boys under 20 200 meter dash. Here's the field. In 3, Mackenzie, Manrique in 3, Alexander in 4, Bernard Joseph in 5, Hospitalis in 6, Thomas in 7, and Castaneda from 1 a week. He is in lane number 8. And there's the start of the first race, boys under 20. And here is a fine-looking run already starting from Miguel Manrique, the one-a-day man, getting in there pretty quickly indeed. This is a bursting run here from Jaheim Nelson. That's also from Manrique. Manrique now surpassed on the outside by Brandon Castaneda. Manrique getting in there in second place, and the Abilene Wildcats runner is Sean Thompson finishing in third place. So that's the 1, 2, 3, and let's see what the time is here. There are several sections, make that 10 sections in this boys under 20. It's the most subscribed of the events today. Castaneda getting there in 23:44 with the win. So Castaneda 23:44, Manrique 23:78, and Thompson 23:97. Those are the 3 times set up already in the boys under 20 200 meter dash. So let's give you the feel for the second race of the boys under 20. Remember, it's 10 in all that there will be in this one-time finals. Fastest time wins it overall. Tyrell Dimsoy is in lane number 2. He represents Faizabad Athletics Club. Jaheim Nelson, Genesis in 3. Tristan Caesar of 1 a week in 4. Jaziel James of Lightning Speed Athletics in 5. Lindell Batiste in the neon of Maximizing Athletic Potential. James Adamson in the green of Neon Wolves. And Israel MacArthur in the white and red of Phoenix Athletics. They're on their marks at the moment. Rather fidgety looking start there by Hasely James, the lightning speed man, stretching out totally. Now he's ready. And there they go, a good start here by Lyndall Batiste of maximizing athletic potential. He's already blazed past James Adamson and is headed out to the front here. But the challenge is coming from lane number 2, where Tyrell Dimsoy has absolutely blazed past him and has opened up a 5-meter lead. Dimsoy pumping away and into the line now and under. Looks like he just may have dipped under the 23-second mark. But Tyrell Dimsoy, the Fyzabad Athletic star runner, has provided a real marker here in section 2. And it is Dimsoy that gets it. Didn't get under the 23-second mark, but he has the fastest time so far, 23.19. That's his time so far. So the top 3 and the boys under 200 meters, second section, Dimsoy 23.18, James 23.99, and the last man in was Batiste 24.17. So here's the field for section 3. Cooper in 1, David Tye 2, Ryan 3, Mitchell 4, Alexander 5, Ramnere 6, and Shablal in 7. Here is the start of section 3. Boys 200 meters, and it is a round race challenge here by Zachary Alexander of Barbados, the Barbadian. Now he himself has been surpassed here by the Cougars athlete Kadeem Ryan. Kadeem Ryan and the Neon of Israel, David Tye, is in a big battle, but it is the Cougars man that gets to the line first. And it is Cougars setting up another win here. Kadeem Ryan winning it for Cougars track and field. Israel David Tye of maximizing athletic potential. He finishes in second place. Fastest time so far is Tyrell Dimsoy, 23.19, and Ryan gets there in 22.81. Ryan, 22.81, fastest time of the day. So top 3, Ryan 22.81, and we have David Tye coming in second. Give you his time in a moment. David Tye 23.21 and Alexander 23.51. The only athlete so far to dip under 23 seconds is Kadeem Ryan of the Cougars Track and Field Club. So here's the field for section 4. Elijah Arthur of Neon Wolves in 1. Moses Flanders of Fyzabad Athletic in 2. Quayshan Roberts of Abilene in 3. Nathaniel Franklin of Lions in 4. Williams, Vincent, and Hines make up the field. They've been called back. Well, the athlete from Abilene Wildcats didn't seem to hear the call to come back. That's Javon Hines. He had actually raced maybe about 20 meters. Unfortunately for him, that's energy he's not going to get back, at least right now. So does he have enough here? Let's see if that affects him in the final stages of this 200-meter section 4. Let's give you that field once again. Elijah Arthur of Neon in 1. Moses Flanders of Fyzabad in 2. Quayshan Roberts of Abilene in 4. Nathaniel Franklin, Lions in 5. Jafar Williams of Tigers in 6. Jabari Vincent, ZC Athletic in 7. And Javon Hines of Abilene, he is in lane 8. That's the man who set off down the track wearing blinkers and had the ears covered, it seemed, also, because he didn't hear anything. I think someone shouted out to him, hey, let's get back into the blocks. And there is a yellow card, and that has been handed to Jafar Williams of Tigers Athletics. Yeah, he was the man who committed the infraction there that time. In the orange of the Tigers Athletic Club. Well, there's the start, and it's a good one here from the man from Tigers. Williams is racing up on the field, and he's been joined there by Jabari Vincent. Those two are leading the pack as they come around the turn, but look out for the man out of Fyzabad, Moses Flanders, and he has gone past them. Head slightly ahead of his body, pumping away. Can he be caught now? He's not going to be caught today, and there he is getting the win. That's Moses Flanders of Fyzabad Athletics Stars. Maybe a bit unorthodox in his technique, but no doubt about the efficiency of his work as he gets there to pick up the win in section 4. We'll give you his time in a moment. Flanders wins it in 23.36. 23.36. Vincent second, 23.70, and Roberts in third, 23.82. Just 5 athletes in this one. Nicholas Bob of Cougars in 2. Alejandro Felix, Memphis in 3. Maurice Mansing of Abilene in 4. Sedan James of Concord in 6. And Joel Fox of Maximizing Potential in number 8. There is the start, a very, very quick start indeed from Nicholas Bob of Cougars, and he has made up the stagger quite well. On the outside, though, it is Maximizes Potential. Joel Fox at the moment leading, but look at the run here from Nicholas Bob. He has some company in the middle of the field from Concord, Sedan James, but it is going to be Nicholas Bob who wins it, running out of lane 2. and Sedan James looks to have held on to get the second place there. So that is, we're halfway through the boys under 20 200-meter dash finals, and it is a good win there for Nicholas Bob. 23.22 is his time. So just one athlete getting under the 23-second mark. That's Kadeem Ryan of Cougars. He's the only one to do so far, and we are halfway through the racing for this section. So let's go now to section 6. Deshaun Russell of Concord in lane number 2. Kaifim Richards of Stallion in 3. Jaden James of Abilene in 4. Denzel Williams of Concord in 5. Daniel John of Burnley in 6. And E.J. Andrews of Fyzabad in 7. Let's add to that Mika Barrow of Simplex in 8. So just 5 involved in this one. Russell of Concord in 2, James of Abilene in 4, Williams of Concord in 5, Andrews of Fyzabad in 7, and Barrow of Simplex in 8. Two athletes from Concord in the purple, Russell in 2 and Williams in 5. There's a start, fairly even so far, but the Concord man, the second of those, and that is Williams there, is the one who has come through the middle and is leading the pack going into the straight. He has some company just to his left shoulder, and here comes Jaden James of Abilene Wildcats, and James, the long strides of James, takes him across the line, not under the 23-second barrier, but he gets the win there. A very good win, surpassing Denzel James in the final 50 meters to get the win. So that's Jaden James. They're winning race number 6, section number 6 here, 23.45 his time. Williams, 23.87, and Barrow, 24.13. The 3 fastest times in the race. Still standing is the Cougars runner, Kadeem Ryan, 22.81. So another small field here of 5 for this one. No runner in lane number 6, so Jeremiah Lopez not running in this one, the Abilene Wildcats man. And also no runner in 3. Looks like Tylan Wong Wing of Burnley is not going to be competing in this one either. Wong Wing did have a very good race earlier in which he won. So may have expended too much of his energy there earlier. And here's Kyle Hamlet, who ran in the hundreds yesterday, and he's back again for some more. Bit of a nervous starter, Kyle Hamlet of the Tigers Club. On their marks, Gibson in 2, Paul in 4, Hamlet 5, Balcaran in 7, Balcaran in 7, and Sean Byron in 8. Been told to stand up. There was a little bit of a fidgeting in the middle of the field there, so the starter not quite happy with what he saw and has called over the official. Not a yellow card offense, but there might be just a calming word or two towards the nervous young athletes. All of them are trying to beat the time that was set just a few races ago by Kadeem Ryan, the Cougars track and field racer. 22.81. That's the fastest time so far. A few nervous starters here. We mentioned Hamlet earlier. He seems to be okay today. Balkaran taking his time. And there's the start. Balkaran off to a good start. He's already caught up on Byron in the middle of the field. Hamlet is going well, but Hamlet has a challenge on his left side where Mickey Paul of Damity Progressive is also there, but even further afield is Kareem Gibson. The man from Mountain Eagles has grown wings on his feet, and he is flying away to the line and gets the win quite comfortably in the end. And it looked like Mickey Paul has done well to get the second place ahead of Kyle Hamlet, but no doubt about Kareem Gibson and his running here. The Mountain Eagles man gets to win quite comfortably in the end. Let's look at his time. I don't think it's under 23. It is 23, 22.85 for Gibson. Not fast enough to beat the time set earlier, but it's the second fastest time. Kareem Gibson of Mountain Eagles is only the second athlete to go under to get under that 23-second barrier today. So let's give you the top three times here. Well, we're not going to get that because they're already ready to move on to race number 8. Section 8 here. 7 listed to compete, but I think we're only seeing 5 of them out there. And not seeing an athlete in lane number 2, neither in lane number 3. So it looks like Tristan Matthews and Zion Sylvester will not be competing today. Jonathan Lauderdale, we saw him yesterday competing in the 100. He is here in lane 4. Joshua Phillip of Tranquility in 5. Zacchaeus Charles of Point Fortin New Jets in 6. Jonathan Francis of QRC in 7. And Sean Bosigard of Abilene Wildcats. He is outside in lane 8. What a fluid and mellifluous name, Sean Bosigard. There he is in the uniform of the Abilene Wildcats, a club that really emphasizes great discipline, the Abilene Wildcats. Lalde in 4, Philip 5, Charles 6, 7 Francis, and 8. Smallest man in the field, Bosigard. Oh, Bosigard has some work to do here because the Point Fortin New Jets, Zacchaeus Charles is up on his wing already. Zacchaeus Charles going into the turn. This is a blazing run here from Charles, but look to his left, saw another challenge coming his way. And Zacchaeus Charles has been passed here by Jonathan Lauderdale. Lauderdale gets the win ahead of Charles. And in third place is the youngest man in the field, Sean Bosigard. And Lauderdale wins again. Yesterday had a very good run in his heat and gets to the line quickly. Is it fast enough, though, to get on the 22.81? Only 2 athletes have run faster than 23 seconds today. Just missed it, Lauderdale, 23.04. And that's a good time, but not good enough to get into the top 2 so far. Jonathan Lauderdale of Stallion Athletic winning Section 8. Lauderdale 23.04, Charles 23.23, and Bosigard getting there in 23.85. Stand corrected on that, though. We go to section 9 now, and taking a look at the field for this one. 7 athletes involved, and all 7 out there. Alessandro Govaya of Eastern Flyers in 2. Hidel Cuffey of Siparia Athletic Club is in 3. Kaimani Felix of Phoenix in 4. Deshaun Lezama of One a Week in 5. Daniel McDonald of Mountain Eagles in 6. Maurice Guevara of ZC Athletic Club in 7. Keron Pierre of St. Augustine Academy, he is in 8. All the athletes doing a trial run just to get that very important start to go their way. So here's section 9, Guevara 2, Coffee 3, Felix 4, Lazama 5, McDonald 6, Guevara 7, and Pierre 8. Starters looking at them long and hard. The gun goes up. And they start on the bang. And a very good start here for McDonald of Mountain Eagles. But McDonald has a problem because Lazama is absolutely blown by him. Lazama coming through the middle. Look at this. The knees pumping high, and he is getting maximum effort here. He is going for the title. Can he get it? Yes, he does. I think he does. That looked pretty fast indeed. Getting there just over the 22-second mark. Does he have enough here? That looked pretty quick. Has Lazama upset the apple cart here? 21.96, fastest time today for Lazama. Only man to run under 22 seconds today. Lazama 21.96. That is the fastest time, and that'll set some alarm bells for the last race indeed. Can anyone catch up with that? Lazama 21.96, McDonald 22.89, and Guevara 23.20, the 3 times. The fastest of the races so far we've had in the boys under 20 200-meter dash. And the leader so far, Deshaun Lazama of 1 a week. And I'm sure that the national selectors are here, and they're having a close look at these times. Boy, it's more cut and dried in this sport than any of the other sports, where it's a bit more subjective in selecting national teams. You just have to run faster than everybody else, and you're there. No argument there. You can't argue with that. Ask anybody who has not been selected for a cricket team, but they'll tell you it's not just about the runs and wickets. A name has been slipped to me, I won't mention it. Final race of the boys on the 20 200-meter dash, and we have a full house for this one. Jafari Farrell in Simplex Athletic Club, he's in 1. Trevon Stewart of Burnley in 2. Enoch Joseph of Mountain Eagles in 3. Kyrell Thomas of Cougars in 4. Deshaun Cole of Abilene in 5. Jordan Noel of IG Fastlane in 6. Jerron Eloy of Phoenix Athletics in 7. And Sidney Gibbs of Maximizing Athletics Potential, he's in 8. And there is the start. And looking among the starters, it looks very, very even coming into the final straight. But Jerron Leroy is starting to get going. He has some company from IG Fastlane. Jordan Noel just on the outside of him. And here is the man from Abilene Wildcats, Deshaun Cole. Deshaun Cole battling it out with Kyrell Thomas. Thomas takes another line. What a battle that was. Kyrell Thomas, Deshaun Cole, and Cole was left standing on the doorstep as Kyrell Thomas of Cougars Athletics gets there to take the win. Has he gone under the 22-second mark? It looked pretty quick. Let's see if he has a good enough time. Can he beat 21.96? They're all watching. 21.44. That's it. He's beaten it, and he's taken the win here in the boys under 20. Fastest man in the boys under 20 is Kyrell Thomas of Cougars Athletic, 21.44. Noel, 21.50, and Cole's correction, 21.50, and Noel, 21.77. 3 athletes going under 22 seconds in that race. Best race of the day so far, no doubt about that. The boys under 20 meters, that produced the 3 fastest times of the day. Well, they're already getting started here for the men's 200-meter dash finals, time finals again. 5 sections involved, and all of the big clubs have racers in here. Let's go to the first of the men's 200-meter dash finals. Zion Marquis of Stallion Athletic Club in 2, Jabari Fox of Point Fortin New Jets in 3, Matthew Graham of UTT Patriots in 4, Rogel Torres of Stallion Athletics Club, he is in lane number 5, Anton Griffith of Simplex in 6, Keyshawn Banfield of Abilene Wildcats in 7, and Aaron Arthur of Neon Wolves, he is in number 8. Certainly you would expect to see times in the region certainly under the 22-second mark. They should do this comfortably in the men's 200-meter dash. We saw 5 athletes going under 22 seconds in the boys under 20. Men's competition now. This is where the air gets rare in the 200 meters, all hoping to emulate the likes of the greats of Trinidad and Tobago sprinting in 200 meters. The first man to do so to sprint for TNT, George Lewis of Arima back in 1948. Joseph Goddard, Clinton Bernard, Edwin Roberts, Winston Short, Trevor James, Ainsley Armstrong, Aaron Armstrong, and so many other names I can mention here have competed for TNT in the 200 at the Olympic level. There is the start of the men's competition. An excellent start here from the Simplex man, Anton Griffith. Anton Griffith coming to the turn first. He will have the UTT Patriots man just on the inside of him. The UTT Patriots runner, Matthew Graham, there is now been surpassed. It is Jabari Fox of Point Fortin New Jets. And the man, he turns on the turbo and gets the win. That is Point Fortin New Jets, Jabari Fox here to get the win. And that's a fine run from him. Good challenge by Matthew Graham, and also a good start there from, I believe it was Anton Griffith, but it is Jabari Fox that sets the first mark up here on the day. Well, everyone's looking at the time because that certainly is the fastest race we've seen of the day in the 200, 21.49. That's a pretty good race there. And that is the win for Matthew Graham. It's certainly, we did have one race that was faster on the day, and that was in the last race. Kyrell Thomas of Cougars finished the race in 21.44. Fox 21.49, Graham 21.90, and the third runner coming in at 21.95, I believe it is. So we're off to the second section of the men's 200 meters. Well, let's give you the field for the second race of the men's 200 meters. Torrell George of Defense Force in 2, Daniel Gibbs of Concord in 3, Jadel Green of Memphis Pioneers in 4, Joshua Raymond of Stallions Athletic Club in 5, Sherlin King, the unattached runner, is in 6, Shalee Roberts of UTT Patriots, he is in the red, black, and white of the UTT Patriots. Still no athletes heading across to that side, so well, hold on, just a small lull. Now the athletes start to make their way across.
for all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
We go now to Section 2, men's 200-meter dash finals, timed finals, fastest time so far in the first race set by the .14 New Jets man Jabari Fox, 21.49. So this race, we have the first appearance, I believe, today of on the track at least, of a TNT Defense Force man, Torrell George. He is in lane number 2, Daniel Gibbs of Concord in 3, Jaden Green of Memphis in 4, Joshua Raymond of Stallion in 5, Shillen King, the unattached runner, is in 6, and UTT Patriots Jalila Roberts, he is on the outside in 7, correction. Nobody enjoys running in lane number 8, do they? So here we are with just about ready for the start of this one. Well, there's no runner in 7. Initially it was Jalila Roberts who was due to run in 7. And there is a runner with the UTT uniform, so I believe that would be Jalila Roberts has been shifted over to lane number 8 here. So George 2, Gibbs 3, Green 4, Raymond 5, King 6, and Roberts 7. That's the field for the men's 200-meter dash final. This is Section 2. Nervous moments here. There they go with the start, and a good start here for Roberts, the UTT Patriots man. Poor start for Torrell George, but he's fighting to get back into it. It is Roberts now who's leading coming into the straight, but here is coming through the middle here and looking quite comfortable is Josiah Raymond, but he is in a battle here with the Concord man Daniel Gibbs, and those two go to the line first in the men's 200-meter dash, Section 2. Very, very close at the end. If anything, it looked like the Concord man may have actually gotten there first. Well, Concord looked like he's there, but it could have been Jaden Green, the Memphis man, who got there first, but it's Raymond who gets the win. It was very, very close at the end. Raymond gets there in 21.81. So that is second fastest time so far in the men's 200 meters. Raymond 21.81, Gibbs 21.84, and George ends up in 3rd place. They're still trying to get up his time there. Raymond 21.81, and it is King who takes it in 3rd, 22.43. So the winner of the race, the Stallions Athletics Club man Joshua Raymond. So let's look at the field. That is for Section 3. Jesse Murray of Mountain Eagles in 2. Amali Garcia of Faizabad in 3. Rice Bosso of Mountain Eagles in 4, Daniel Peters of St. Augustine in 5, Raheem McCalman of Simplex Athletic Club in 6, Trevon Scott of UTT Patriots in the red, black, and white in 7, and Simon Jerry, the unattached runner, he is in 8. Thank you. So, section 3, Jesse Murray in 2 as I mentioned. So, Murray in 2, Garcia 3, Bosson 4, Peters 5, McCalman 6, Scott in 7, and Jerry in 8. Let's see how they fare here. This is the third of the 5 races in the men's 200-meter dash finals. Timed races, as we mentioned. Still, the long jump is going on for the men, boys under 20. There is the start. They've been called back. Well, 2 of the runners continuing to go on. They haven't heard. Oh my, Jerry Simon has continued all the way, and I think he got almost 100 meters in before he realized that the whistle had gone. Simon is an unattached runner, and this could be very well the early sections of his career. I don't think he heard the second buzz, which would have suggested that it was a false start. Simon and Trevon Scott of UTT Patriots, both of them have expended a huge amount of energy in that initial part of the race. Now, Jerry Simon has been handed a drink here, and he's now racing back, so he's expending some more energy as he races back to the blocks. So false start, and it's a yellow card, and it looks like it's gone to Raheem McCalman of Simplex Athletic Club. He looks like the man who's gotten the yellow card here, so he will be walking on eggshells here. Murray in 2, Garcia 3, Bosson 4, Peters 5, McCalman on a yellow card in 6, Scott in 7, and Jerry in 8. He raced 100 meters and then had to run back to restart, so we'll monitor his progress. Does he have enough in the tank? There is the start of the race here in proper, and Jerry's going well on the outside, but look at that run from Raheem McCalman, the Simplex man, yellow card or no, he is in front. He is going to take some beating here today. No one's going to catch him because Raheem McCalman has absolutely blitzed this field, and he's come in with a very fast time, definitely well under 22 seconds. And let's see, I think that could very well be the time that goes under that of Jabari Fox, 21.49. Let's see what the time is here. Raheem McCalman putting on the Jets, 21.29. He has the fastest time of the day. Raheem McCalman of Simplex, 21.29. And he has eclipsed the time set earlier by Jabari Fox of 0.14 New Jets. That is your new leader in the men's 200 meter. The fastest man of the day is Raheem McCalman. Still 2 races to go. Can they beat that? Let's give you the field for section 4. Tay Coriat of St. Augustine in 2, Jeremy Charles of Point Fortune in 3, Majanu Nanjanu Bellamy of Burnley in 4, Naomi Andrews of Appaloosa in 5, Zuriel Edwards of Point Fortune in 6, Jordan Pope of Concord in 7, and Khalik Abdullah, the unattached runner, he is in 8. So 2 runners have not shown up for this one. So Coriat in 2, Charles in 3, Andrews 5, Edwards 6, and Abdullah in 8. Those are the 5 runners for Section 4, men's 200-meter dash finals here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. The last, I'd make it the third 50 meters of the race, is completely shaded. Can be disorienting for the runners coming out from dark to light in the final 50 meters or so. Well, there is the start, and a fine start on the outside by Abdullah Khalik. He is going well, but he's pulled up, and that's the end of his race. He is out of the race here. Zuriel Edwards of Point Fortune New Jets and Naomi Andrews just inside of them. 3 men in the orange, and Jeremy Charles has now taken control of the race, and he is going to win this one quite comfortably. Maybe the latter part, later down, 21, definitely under 22 seconds there for the man Jeremy Charles. Is it fast enough, though, to get under that time by Raheem McCalman? Doesn't feel so, but hopefully it will be the case here. It's 22:12 for Jeremy Charles. Didn't feel as though it was fast enough to get past that time set by McCalman, but a fine race indeed from Charles. Coriat 22.73 in second, Edwards 22.75, he finishes third. So one athlete has not turned up for this one. That's Cyrus Charles of Point Fortune New Jets. He was due to run in 3. Nelson 2, Joseph 4, Sinclair 5, D'Souza 6, Mansing 7, and Marquis 8. Those are the runners in the final race of the men's 200 meters. And that will be the final of the sprint races here for today. The 200 meters are bringing to an end. An exciting day again, and this has been another successful edition here of the N3A's Track and Field Series, development meet number 2, and certainly has produced some names that we hope to hear about in the future. So Nelson 1, Joseph 4, Sinclair 5, D'Souza 6, Mansing 7, and Marquis in 8. Final race of the day underway, and it is the Phoenix Athletics runner Jaden D'Souza that has taken control of the race early. Joshua Sinclair on the outside of him, and the Mountain Eagles man Elijah Joseph. Elijah Joseph just slightly ahead here, but look at the fight back here from the Phoenix man, and it is Jaden D'Souza gets it a meter ahead of the Mountain Eagles runner Elijah Joseph, and Abilene Wildcats Joshua Sinclair finishes in third place. That is a fine run indeed there in the middle of the field. A big battle between those three, and it turned out, but was he fast enough here to beat the time of 22.29 seconds? 21.39 for D'Souza. D'Souza there getting the win. Correction, 22.39 for D'Souza. Joseph 21.39 for D'Souza, and he gets the win, and that is just off the fastest time of the day. He certainly ran back just to see what the time was, but I think it was good enough for him to finish in second place. Raheem McCalman of Simplex, overall winner in the men's 200-meter dash finals. So that's going to be it in terms of the action for the sprints. So we will be covering the Masters Development event on February 24th. There's also Carifta Trials coming up on March 3rd and 4th. That's going to be absolutely amazing to see. The Carifta Trials, always the high point of youth and the youth track and field season, where the selection process happens in terms of getting the athletes for the Carifta Games. And the competition is absolutely fierce at that time for the Carifta Trials on the 3rd and 4th of March. Certainly hope that you will be with us for that here on Wave TV. In the meantime, continuing, we have the long jump taking place, and we'll keep an eye on that for you. Nick Maxwell putting in a good effort here. Dominic Maxwell of Toko Tafak. Not sure if he's entirely happy with this effort, Dominic Maxwell. So Maxwell's jump is in the books at the moment. Triple jump, one of the 2 horizontal jump events in the track and field program. And As you can see, if you're unfamiliar with track and field and watching this for the first time, the competitors sprint along the runway before taking off from a wooden board. The takeoff foot absorbs the first landing, the hop. The next phase, the step, is finished on the opposite foot and then followed by the jump into the sandpit. The distance traveled from the edge of the board to the closest indentation in the sand is what is measured. So that's how the triple jump happens, just in case you are unfamiliar with the sport. Next athlete appears to be, well, he has the number 31, I believe, on his shirt. Here he comes. Oh, pulls out, foul jump there. Just, I think it was the second phase, the step. I think that's where it went awry for him. So that'll be listed as a foul jump. Joshua Gonzalez of Toko Tafak, the next eye down the landing spot. Here he is, Joshua Gonzalez. Now he also bails out 18-year-old out of Toko, or at least competing for Toko Tafak. Terrell Hernandez actually produced a nice jump earlier. Triple jump. Certainly, Trinidad and Tobago has produced a couple of triple jumpers who have gone all the way to the Olympics. Lawan Samuel would have been among the men, the only triple jumper from TNT to compete at the Olympics. That was back in 2004. Among the women, of course, Natasha Alain first competed at the Olympics for TNT in the triple jump back in Atlanta 1996. Certainly an Olympics that many of us would remember very fondly, for those two bronze medals by Atto Bolden that broke a sequence of 20 years without a medal for Trinidad and Tobago. There's quite a few fans of gymnastics around us here. One of them mentioning the Dominic Mosianu of the USA team. Certainly would have been one of the stars of that event. And that jump there was Jaziel David of Kaizen Panthers. Well, the next jumper looks to be the only man competing in the event from well, in the men's event, I should say, Christopher Latouche of UTT Patriots. Latouche, like some of the runners tend to do, and he has the cap on backwards. Here's Latouche. The UTT Patriots, well, he just jogs down the track. Now we'll have to head back. Of course, marking out the run-up is very much a big part of this particular event. And you wonder why most cricketers don't ask long jumpers how to do this properly, because you could prevent so many no balls. Famously, Michael Holding was a former long jumper, never bowled a no ball in his career. And when he was asked about it, he said because of his experience as a jumper. Don't think he ever bowled a wide either. That doesn't come from jumping, though. Here's Latouche. Yeah, just sort of bailed out of it. It is a legal jump, but didn't get the full extension to really get himself into the pit. That was the UTT Patriots man, Christopher Latouche. Next competitor heading down to the end. McEwen of Kaizen Panthers appears to be the next to compete in the triple jump. And they're in the last stages of this competition. Remember, it's 3 competitions that have been amalgamated into one here. Boys under 17, boys under 20, and the men. We just had the only person to compete in the men's competition, Christopher Latouche. And it looks like Ruel McEwen, one of the under 17s, is going to be covering, he's going to be jumping next. Is there a problem here? The UTT jumper, Latouche, is having a long discussion with his coach, and the officials are keeping an eye on this here. Here comes McEwen. That's good from McEwen. That's the longest jump we've seen so far. And he looks pretty pleased. A roar of delight from McEwen as he looks up towards the heavens. And he certainly did enjoy that. On the international level, Viktor Sineev of the Soviet Union, one of the storied triple jumpers in history. He won a hat-trick of Olympic men's titles between 1968 and 1976. Christian Taylor of the US, back-to-back Olympic titles in 2012 and 2016. And Great Britain's Jonathan Edwards, world record 18.29, won the gold at the 1995 world champion. He jumped a distance in excess of the width of the football penalty box. Imagine that. That was quite a jump. Started, is that even possible? He did. That's good. Is it close enough, though? Tariq Vincent of Concord, smile on his face as he comes out of the pit there. And the official just showing him, he was just taking a little look to see where his foot landed to get into the second phase of the jump. But he seems to be an athlete who really enjoys the competition. Tariq Vincent, big smile on his face. Toko Tafak comes into focus again. 2 of their athletes competing. There are 3 in all competing, actually. Joshua Gonzalez in under 20 and 2 under 17s, Tyrell Hernandez and Dominic Maxwell. It is Tyrell Hernandez. He is going to be competing here, strapping on his right arm. Just gets across the line. Tyrell Hernandez, it's a fair jump. And you can immediately see one of the areas that he will be working on in the future is working on his sprinting. Certainly to get to the line, building up more momentum to launch himself into the final jump. He looks very young, Tyrell Hernandez, and I consult the tables here, and I've learned that he is the youngest man in the field. He's only 15 years old. Wow. So he's very much young in his career, Tyrell Hernandez. And he's there with the coaches. So there's an athlete lined up to compete now. And this looks like a Kendall McKenzie of Mercury. It's good from McKenzie. Fair jump, but not the biggest jump we've seen so far. His reaction doesn't give away much. Might be a good poker player, the youngster, if he's allowed to compete in anything like that. "16 years old, the Mercury man, Akindle Mackenzie. Only 3 men out on the track at the moment. The rest of them are putting on their tracksuits. So this is very much the last round of competition here. And this is Cristiano Perez of the QRC team. Another one of the 16-year-olds to compete. Here's Perez. Oh, Perez. Well, that's the biggest jump he's produced so far. Certainly a lot further down in the sand. He's drawn a further line down in the sand than he did previously. And Cristiano Perez has done well here. He looks reasonably happy with it, the QRC man. QRC certainly has upped their game in terms of their production of athletics, or athletes, I should say. They've formed a club here, athletics club in the school. Certainly it's one of the positive developments. Many schools would have had those athletic clubs in the past. Many have gone away from that practice. Let's hope this is the start of a trend that will continue. Toko Tafak, they have 2 athletes lined up, plus the man from UTT is there. Here's Dominic Maxwell. Good jump again by Maxwell. He's been very consistent. He's happy with it. You can tell. Throws his arms up into the air. And you can bet he does care. Gotta like the look of Maxwell. Another one of these exuberant youngsters coming out of the Toko area. They have produced some fine athletes, haven't they, over the years? Of course, if you're unfamiliar with athletics in Trinidad and Tobago, even so, you might still know the name Kishon Walcott from Toko. Joshua Gonzalez competing in the under-20s. Here he is. That huge afro on his head. He's getting the mind right as he races down, getting ready to jet off down the runway. "18 years of age is Joshua Gonzalez. Here he is. Yeah, he just lost his footing, didn't he? His rhythm deserted him, and he could have seen him just fumbling to get the foot as close up to the board as possible. It is a legal jump, but there's no joy in his mind as he's stepping away and walks off with his head down as he leaves the competition area. Still one athlete out there. And that's another one of the under-20s. This is Jaziel David of Kaizen Panthers. This could very well be the last bit of action for the day here. Several of the athletes have packed up, got their bags on their backs, and they're left with their coaches already from this triple jump competition. Here's David, 17-year-old Jaziel David, another one of the prospects, perhaps to represent TNT at the Carifta Games. Can he produce the jump that will put him in good stead for the Carifta trials? Here he is, on his way, Jaziel David. Oh, he pulled out, just went wrong for him there. And that's a foul jump, and that will end off his campaign in a negative way. That will also end off the competition in the triple jump here. Boys under 17, boys under 20, and men's triple jump competing simultaneously. And that's going to end it off here. That's also going to end off our coverage. This has been day 2 of the National Association of Athletics Administrations of TNT, and the competition here on the second day at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. We want to thank you so much for joining us here on Wave TV. I'm Vidya Ramphal on behalf of Jovan Brown. Thank you so much for watching, and don't forget, you can look out for us once again. The Masters Development Tournament event is on February 24th. Then we have the Carifta Trials on March 3rd and 4th. Look out for that. I'm Vidya Ramphal on behalf of founder Ian Wason. Bye for now.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.